Around me. Their way must be the money. Must be the money. Whoa. What up, Blue Raz? What up, Jisha? What up, Gild? Filled? Filed? I don't know how to pronounce your name. How's it going, Fajild? We're running some ads right now for the next 2 minutes, unfortunately. If you guys are not getting ads right now, congratulations, you're not getting ads. But we're going to run the ads just to get them out of the way, and then, you know, the drill. We're going to drop the Discord notification and let people know we're live. Blue Raz, it's been so long, dude. How you doing? How's my favorite Spider-Woman? How's life? How's school? I feel like you were in school. I can't remember. Howdy, what up, Black Knight? How you doing? By the way, Black Knight, I'm pretty sure I think I restarted Songify. It should work right now. TBD, I guess, on whether it works, but you know, give it a try and see how it goes. Should work though. So I tweaked this a little bit last night after stream, as you can see, obviously. Still don't really know how I feel about the perspective and the size of the head and all that stuff, but I told too much to my therapist. Now I'm on the way to a mental hospital. Oh no, Jisha. Sorry, I literally did not see your message. I saw your name, said hello, and did not see your message. Crazy. Well, look, if your mental health professional thinks that that's good, just go with it, you know? They're the experts. So, you know, don't take it in any sort of negative way. Just write it out and take it as an opportunity to learn and see if you can improve your circumstances, you know? From what you expressed last time, it probably is like a good thing, you know? I'm stuck in like 18 minutes of ads, bro. Good. Good. Get added up, dude. I'm gonna top up my coffee. I don't know, you obviously can't hear me, but must be the money. Must be the money. Alright. I'm pretty sure ads are done now, so Blue Raz, I was saying, you know what? Hold that thought. I'll tell you what I was saying in 2 seconds. I'm going to drop the Discord notification. I'm going to refill my coffee, which I should have probably done during the ads, but, you know, whatever. BRB. So if you just got out of ads, which I assume you did, because the ads are done running on my end, what I said earlier was first of all, I said you guys are probably watching ads. That was the first thing I said, and I was correct. So you guys, what we do on the channel here is we run the ads first before I drop my Discord notification. You guys just sort of caught me before I even let people know I was live. And so normally I run the ads first, and then I drop my Discord notification just to clear that first hour of ads. You guys just got caught in the wave. All that to say, Blue Raz, it's been a minute, dude. How's my favorite Spider-Woman going? You said you were in school at some point? A long time ago. I don't know if you still are. Shireen, how's it going? Fajiled. I don't know how you want me to pronounce your name. I assume it's not Fajiled, but, you know, you let me know and I'll try and remember. I've been crazy, bro. Like, you've been literally crazy, or school has been crazy? I'm doing fine. How about you? I'm good, dude. I'm safe now, but shit's been going down. Bro, what? Is school that crazy? Or is there other context here? And now I'm wondering if I want to know or not. You could just call me Fiddle. I'll do my best, Fiddle. When you are with me, I'm free. Oh yeah, and I also want to mention, I believe I fixed my, do it jiggle? Shit, you know it, dude. You know it be jiggling, Blue Raz. I was gonna say... Oh shit, I was typing that into the Discord chat there. Oops, I was just typing 777777, which is funny, because that's the jiggle redeem on my keyboard. I was gonna say, yeah, I fixed the Songify app, so if you guys want to do some song requests, you're more than welcome to. Should be working now. Dude, my fire alarm in my building went off at 5 a.m. this morning. And it was crazy, because I swear to God, I heard the fire alarm go off, and then within like 10 seconds of the fire alarm going off, I heard the fire trucks. So either I live incredibly close to a fire department, or these guys just fucking speed ran that shit, dude. That was crazy. Or, the more logical answer is I slept through the fire alarm a little longer than I should have. Because it was at fucking 5 a.m., dude. And the one thing was, when I left my apartment, normally, if there's a fire alarm in my building, it's just like some hobo who broke into the building and is trying to pull a fast one on everyone. But in this case, when I was leaving... It smelled like fire. I was like, oh shit. It's a good thing I left. Did you kiss the hot guy firefighter? No, I did not. They are incredibly attractive, though. I don't know what it is with my local firefighters, but they're all super hot. I don't know if it's like a requirement of being a firefighter. Even like the lady firefighter was like a smoke show. Pun intended. Okay, I don't like this arm here. It feels like too big for the perspective that I'm trying to push. I gotta figure this out. Want to stay here. I just want to stay here. Who are you drawing? No one in particular. I'm just freestyle drawing. Really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the perspective right. That's like the most important thing. So I've been using a perspective grid that I have off right now. But this is sort of the grid, and I feel like it's not really working, you know? It's not really working. Oh, shit. It's not really working for me. I would like it to work, though. Shireen, doing fine. How about you? I'm good. I'm good, except for the fire alarm shit. I ended up sleeping until like 10:30, which is super fucking late for me, dude. I normally get up at 7:45 a.m. But my fire alarm went off at like 5, and I was outside for like a half hour. And I forgot my phone, too, and I was half asleep, so I was just kind of standing there, just standing around. For whatever reason, people kept coming up to me to ask me what the fuck was going on. I was like, I don't know, man. Like, a security guard from the building next door to us came out, and he was like, hey, man, what's going on? And I was like, I don't know, I just got here. And then another guy came out and was like, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Did you have your breakfast of syrup and poutine with your pet bear yet? No, I did not. I did not. I actually haven't eaten yet today. Jadu. Some nerd. What up, Jadu? But yeah, I'm going to be honest, chat. I don't really like the way this drawing's going right now. I really don't like it. I don't know how to fix it. I feel like maybe the head needs to be bigger. Maybe draw a bug. I love bugs. I don't want to draw bugs, dude. I'm not a bug guy, you know? Is there a classification of furry for bugs? I wonder. Are there like bug furries? Blue Raz, I feel like you would know this. Are there bug furries? I'm not a furry, bitch. No, but I know you know about it. A burry? Exactly. I know there's one for lizards called scalies. Yes, that I've heard that. I don't know shit about furry stuff. Oh, stop being so coy. I know you do. Don't lie to me. Who do you think you're talking to? You're talking to the Snackmeister. I know you. You literally have Spider Woman in your name. That's the most furry shit ever. That's literally a bug furry, dude. Alright, whatever. Anyways, I didn't want to know. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Bro, my pits are so stinky. I've normally I wear antiperspirant. I ran out of antiperspirant and I accidentally bought like deodorant, which just doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't do the trick, you know? I feel like you would need like I need antiperspirant, dude, because I'm a sweaty beast, you know? You're the one who was talking about furries sleeping with each other and fisting when I got here. I don't think I've ever talked about furry fisting. I think you kind of added that. That doesn't ring a bell at all, I'm not gonna lie. Furry sleeping with each other is definitely on brand, though. So I've heard. Okay. I gotta go to my freaking little reference image here. Something just feels really off about this. I don't like the way it looks. I think this shoulder needs to be a lot lower. I think this breast needs to be a lot lower too. I'm just trying to get the perspective right. Lower that like that. Does that feel better? Makes a fella go. That, yeah, it definitely looks better like that. It looks more balanced. So when you're drawing like shoulders, there's one thing to note about shoulder movement. From a neutral or like from an elevated position, your shoulder doesn't actually move that much. It kind of looks like it does, like in a vertical position, but it doesn't actually move that much. Like your shoulder really like from a like a neutral stance. Let's say you do like a, where's my freaking little brush here? Let's say I do a rib cage, and then I draw some shoulders or whatever. From a neutral position, with your collarbones, blah, 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 your shoulder really only moves at the high end about 30 degrees. It doesn't move a whole lot. That's kind of like its max range. It feels like a lot, and people push it a lot, but like if this is like the neutral position, your shoulder only really moves about 30 degrees up, which is not a whole lot. And then on the bottom position, it can only really drop like 5 to 10 degrees. It can't do a significant dip down. Like if you try and force your shoulders down, they're not, unless you're like, you have some sort of like crazy hypermobility or whatever, you're not going to drop your shoulders more than like 5 or 10 degrees. You've just got too much shit in the way. So I felt like my shoulder was a little too elevated there. That's all I'm saying. So I dropped it and it feels a little bit more well positioned here. I joined and you were talking about stretching women, bro? There's no way. I'm a feminist. I wouldn't do anything to that, to ladies, dude. And keep it wholesome. Guess what I'm drawing, though? I don't know if I want to. You've been talking about fisting furries and then doing things to women. I don't know. What are you drawing? Smut? That's my guess right now, given the context. He might be. He just randomly talks shit and goes with it. Bro, I'm drawing a bug. Okay. Is that what you're telling me, to draw bugs? And then you tell me you don't draw bugs? Wow, practicing to be a trained masseuse and refusing to stretch women. Sexism. Shake my head. I don't even know what that means, dude. What does stretch women mean? It sounds so sinister. My girl makes the fellas go. Your body girl makes the fellas go. When your body girl makes the fellas go. Your body girl. Oh, today's gonna be a lot about the legs, and I'm not very good at drawing legs. I'm not very comfortable with leg anatomy. My reference is actually ass. It's a video It's a video like picture of myself, and shut up. And the photo is like grainy, and it's very dark, and I can't see where my leg like contrast is, and the shadow starts. It's all blended together. Ew, we don't want to see your legs. I mean, you won't. Trust me, I'm not pulling it up on stream, but I do think this shoulder needs to come forward more. This don't feel right. It's too much overlap. It's a lot more subtle. I want you down. Like, her traps are too big, and it's because I'm trying to transfer my meaty man traps to this lady. So I have to, like, tone down a lot of the proportions. I'm downloading The Sims. I'm gonna make Ilya Rozanov and Shane Hollander. I don't know who those people are. I'm gonna guess just based on a Russian name and a white boy name or a Canadian sounding name. I'm gonna guess this is some heated rivalry gay shit. Let me check. Ilya Rozanov. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. How did I know? I'm actually impressed that I just fucking deduced that. I guess contextually with my chat it makes sense. Let's bring this hand over a little bit. And we'll make it a little smaller. And we'll change the angle. And we'll move it over. I'm just really trying to push these proportions as much as I can here. I want to feel the depth. Right now we can feel it because there's a grid. But I want to feel it without the grid, you know? And that's really tough. Last time I played Sims, I downloaded every mode I found. I couldn't play the game because I kept downloading and fixed the mods. Oh yeah, you just like overloaded your shit with mods and broke it. I'm getting frustrated at being bad at art, so I'm gonna chill and play some Subnautica 2. That's probably the best approach. I've been tilting a lot this week, too. And I honestly have to lay off, because my shoulder is fucking killing me. But I also just had dry needling, so I don't know how much of that is related to my dry needling, and how much of that is related to me doing shoulder shit. I'll let you down. You know what's kind of crazy? You could just keep running ads on Twitch. Isn't that psychotic? Like, I have the option to just run another 3 minutes of ads. I could just make this entire stream ads. It feels like that shouldn't be allowed. I mean, obviously, people wouldn't watch. But it's just kind of interesting that you could just keep spamming ads. Don't do drugs, bro. Put the needles down. Dry needling is, doesn't actually inject anything. That's where the dry part comes from. You just kind of stab yourself a bunch of times. It's more like self-harm than, like drug abuse. Well, it's not self-harm. It's somebody else harming you, but... Fiddle, I've reinstalled The Sims as well, but I didn't play without my mods. But I don't play without my mods. It's been days of me just installing my mods without actually playing. I haven't played The Sims in, like... since I was, like, in middle school, bro. Is dry needling when they stick the needle in a guy's leg and move it around while they moan? I mean, I don't moan when I get dry needling done. But the other half of that is basically what happens, yeah. They stick a needle in you. What happens is they stick a needle in... Okay, so if your muscle... Let's take the traps as an example. So let's say you've got your trap here. Okay, this is the upper trap. So the head would be up top here. Here's the head, blah, blah, blah. If this upper trap has a lot of, like, knots in it, okay, what they do is they stick a needle in to the muscle. The muscle starts to spasm, okay? And as it spasms, it then releases, and a bunch of chemicals flood in to heal this region of the muscle. So it's like a weird feeling. Your body starts involuntarily twitching and shit. It's super strange. You definitely don't moan. But, I mean, I guess you could. It doesn't feel good. It feels like you're being stabbed with a needle. Hello, Snack. I missed yesterday because I was too tired to sit till 1 a.m. Hey, Mike, don't worry about it, big dog. You're here today. But yeah, I don't know if my shoulder is sore because I did dry needling or because I did something else. I was drawing a lot yesterday, which is... I really shouldn't have been. Who would moan when a needle's stuck in your shoulder and moving? Actually, it's not even like... They don't just stick it in. It's not like acupuncture. They stick it in multiple times. And they just keep stabbing an area in your body until your body starts spasming. And then they hold that spot. So it's really not, like, orgasmic at all. You feel good afterwards, though. Well, I mean, several days afterwards. I had it done, like, Thursday. So I should be feeling good today, but my shoulder is kind of sore. I've been waiting for you to bring a fairy tale my way. I have no idea what I want to put in her mouth here. Don't clip that. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It looks like a little, like a Q-tip or something. I haven't thought that far ahead. I think they moan because it hurts a little bit, but a guy posts videos of him doing it to other guys on TikTok and the comments are just thirsty women. I mean, I just kind of wince. Wincing is the more appropriate response to getting dry needling done. It doesn't hurt crazy or anything like that. It's not pleasant. But it's not the worst in the world. This lake feels really long, but that's kind of how it is in my reference. Wasn't me. Camera. I'll add the skirt back after. I just kind of want to get the leg, like, figured out. I think it's just because the sounds men make when they're in pain are hot. That's why it gets a lot of views. I don't think that's true, dude. I just kind of go, or like sometimes I don't even think I make noise. I probably just go like, you know, like a little ow. That's kind of just how it feels. It's not like crazy. Like I feel like people say dry needling. Like if you go on Reddit, I mean Reddit is like built to complain at this point. But if you go on Reddit and you type in like dry needling or whatever, does it hurt? Everybody's gonna be like, I was screaming in agony, but guys, it doesn't hurt. I had like an EMG done too, like a nerve test, and every single thread I was reading was like, I had to stop. It was so painful, and it's like, bro, I did it, and it just kind of like felt a little weird. Not you, bro. You're not part of the hot group. That's good. I didn't want to be anyways. But naked giving her an extra key. Time she was standing there, never taking eyes off me. I'm a man, and it is. You cranking hog right now, Mike? Is that what's going on? I see how it is. I'm not a piece of meat, guys. I'm a man with feelings and emotions and thoughts of my own. I'm not just here to be gawked at. Oh my god, my shoulder is fucking killing me. Of course I'm cranking, always. Staying gripped. Yeah, that's because you're gay. When you're gay, anything a guy does is hot. I will say, I feel like being gay is probably much easier. It's probably much easier to date as a gay man than it is as a straight man. That would be my guess. I've never done it, but that's my assumption. Hey yo, what up, Miss Sam? How you doing? Ain't nothing wrong with kissing the homies goodnight. You could always try and find out, Snack. I'm not gay, guys. I'm not. Just trust me, I know. That sounds like I've done gay shit. I haven't. But, like, I just know, okay? I feel like you just kind of know. I didn't make that choice early on in life. You know how, like, gay people can choose to be gay or whatever? There's a good clip I saw once of this guy debating a dude on, like, whether gay people could choose to be gay. And the guy's like, well, are you gay? And he's like, no. And then he's like, okay, well, can you just, like, make yourself gay for, like, 10 seconds? You don't have to, like, stay gay. Just, like, see if you can make yourself gay for, like, 10 seconds. He's like, I can't do that. I'm not gay. And then he's like, see? I thought that line of argumentation was, like, really funny. The idea of just turning yourself gay temporarily. I'm just a little gay right now. Miss Sam's currently on a 5-stream streak? Crazy, dude. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. I'm good. Deep cleaning the bathroom? I gotta do that too. Conversion camp in reverse? Exactly. I mean, that's just fucking like theater school, right? Or theater class. I feel like, you know what's weird? I feel like theater kids, and I feel like, you know, we're on Twitch, so most of you guys are probably actually theater kids. But I feel like theater kids, like the boys in particular, they always came off a little gay-coded, but they never were gay. Was that like, is my assessment correct on that? I always feel like they always seemed gay, but they weren't. It was like kind of like metrosexual, I guess. I don't know if that's still a thing, but back in the day, when I was like a youth, if a guy seemed gay but wasn't, he was metrosexual. Gay also means happy. Don't forget, if you're happy, you're also gay. That's right, I'm gay as fuck right now, dude. I'm so freaking gay. Oh, so when I send a 10-stream streak, it's nothing, huh? Did you send a 10-stream streak? I missed it. Thank you for the 10-stream streak. You know what happened, Mike, when you set the 10-stream streak? I just hyper-focused on you talking about how you're cranking hog, and I totally missed the streak part of that message. That's your fault, okay? I'm not taking blame for that one. High contrast message, and I just locked into the substance. Jadu's currently on an 85 stream streak. Now you're just showing off, dude. You're just showing off. Flexing the cat snack stream. It's crazy that I've even streamed 85 times. It doesn't feel that way at all. Just a little bit. You've heard about Rolly on the wrist, but have you heard about 85 stream streak? It's the new currency. Get that streak game up, dude. Jadu's streaking. He's streaking hard. That's 7 months, by the way? Wow. Is it really? Jadu, have I known you for 7 months? I gotta do the math on that. 85. Yeah, I guess it is. That's like 3 months. Unless you mean like in terms of streams. 85 divide, because I stream 3 days a week. I used to stream 4, to be fair. 85 divided by 3. It's like 28 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like a little over 6 months. Less if you count the days when I was doing 4 streams. I can't remember. I think I changed over to 3 streams in like January. So, because I did 4 streams all last year, and it was a lot. Chat, I really don't want to draw this shit anymore. I'm kind of really struggling, but I gotta get it done. I gotta be a good boy. You know, I never finish my fucking drawings. I just don't know how to tackle this knee. I'd have to take a picture of myself with no pants on. Because right now I'm wearing, like, in my reference image, I'm wearing pajama bottoms. And it's really hard to see the knee shape. Oh yeah, didn't you stream Monday? I used to stream Mondays. It was a lot though, dude. It's tough streaming that much. Yeah, because I have a full-time job. I'm a wagey, okay? They lock me up in the wage cage Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And they don't let me leave. And then I gotta come home and stream. Which actually isn't that hard, but post that reference photo? No, absolutely not. Stop teasing us. We know you wouldn't send the sauce. You're right. I don't put out, dude. I'm holy. I'm married to the Lord. It's so tough sitting in my own house listening to music while making money. Honestly, dude, if I just worked my regular job more, I would make way more than I do Twitch streaming. I make no money, like, at all. I make some money, I guess. I make about $100 USD a month, which is fucking nothing when you factor in that I stream, like, 40 hours a month. That's, if I did the math on that. Let's do the math. 100. Okay, 40 hours. 100 divided by 40. That's $2.5 an hour. I'm basically like a sweatshop worker. I'm kind of your slave, essentially. I'm basically chat's slave. It's okay, King. I make approximately $0 a month right now. Based. Lego Bimbo, how's it going? Ain't nothing in the Bible about sending nudes. Chat, I'm not fucking you guys. I do appreciate the enthusiasm, though, but it ain't gonna happen. Hey, rat with a piece of bread. What up, rat with a piece of bread? Got any bread? I do not. I only have titties, unfortunately. There are escorts in the Bible, though. This is true. I mean, I can't confirm nor deny, because I'm not actually a religious person. I think I read the Bible, like, when I was a kid, but beyond that, I don't remember shit. I'm going home. Banging is you, just watching? Damn. Mike the Cuck. I wonder if any of you guys are cucks, okay? I'm curious. Do you guys have like custom chairs and shit? How does that work? Or does the chair not really matter that much? I feel like if I was a cuck, I would want the ultimate cuck setup, you know? Like the fucking elite cuck package. I'd want my ergonomic chair, my standing desk. I don't know. If you're gonna make it like an identity thing, I feel like you gotta go all in. Isn't it that there's always a cuck chair in a hotel? That's true, there are cuck chairs in hotels, but... RGB cuck chair? Yeah, exactly, dude. The fucking RGB cuck chair. The gamer, the racetrack chair, you know? The gamer cuck chair. With fans for balls? That just sounds dangerous. I don't think I want anything mechanical, especially with spinning blades anywhere near my balls, to be honest. We could become the next Jesus. Just marry an escort. It ups the chances. I feel like that would, that'd be a tough sell to everybody I know. Guys, I am really fucking stinky right now. Give me a second. I'm gonna go put on some deodorant. I smell like shit. BRB. We're back. We're fresh. We're freshened up. I got the Old Spice Thunder under my pits now. Excellent. You gotta be stinky for you to be able to smell it yourself, dude. I mean, I showered yesterday, you know? But I think I just, I don't know. I'm certainly stanking right now. Objective number 1 after stream is gonna be shower, I think. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do probably a half hour on the spin bike, and then I'll shower. If I'm gonna shower, I gotta double down. I gotta take advantage of the stink, you know? I feel like if you're doing some long distance cycling or whatever when you're stinky, that's whatever. But showering and then hitting the spin bike would just be stupid. So I gotta take advantage of the state of the stink. Bro wants to become peak stink. I feel fine. I smell fine now. Now I smell like Old Spice Thunder antiperspirant. In person. Also, how you doing, Sid? How's it going? Slippin' Sid. Okay, I gotta look up some knee reference here. Just because this leg angle is fucking tough. Give me a second. Pinterest. My reference just ain't cutting it no more. I want you to know. And change who I used to be. The reason... I'm gonna have to fix this back leg too, but, okay. If I type lady legs, surely that's not gonna give me anything weird on Pinterest, is it? Lady squatting. No, she'd be sitting. Lady sitting. Okay, I'm gonna have to specify no pants here, because I'm getting a lot of ladies sitting in pants. You gotta do it, you know? Lady sitting, no pants. Okay, all these ladies have pants. What the fuck? Found no reason for me. Change who I used to be. To start over new. And the reason is you. The reason is you. Oh, that's kind of a good one. It's not like a it's not a top-down angle enough. But this isn't a bad reference to start. It's not really, like, the angle I'm looking for, though. I feel like my angle is very niche. I'm good. Back to the US so I can finally watch your stream regularly? Oh, shit. Sid, you were gone so long. That's such a long... Did you do, like, a trip Or was your plan to, like, actually move abroad, and then you ended up coming back? Streamer son or OnlyFans daughter? I wouldn't wish streaming on my worst enemy, dude. It's a game of never-ending misery. And talking shit. Well, at least it's Old Spice and not Axe. Yeah, because I'm not 13, you know? So, OF daughter? Damn. Okay, I gotta find a better angle here. Boom. Boom. Man brought to life. I may just take my own reference, dude. I may just have to take my own reference here. Guys, can you forgive me if I disappear for 5 minutes to go film some reference? I just, this ain't cutting it. I can't, I'm gonna be browsing Pinterest for the next hour. Or I could just record the exact angle myself. I went back home for a bit. I was unemployed, so I figured might as well take advantage of it to visit families and friends. Okay, based. Yeah. Why is everyone unemployed in this chat? We're artists, dude. It's the way she goes, you know? I was too 2 weeks ago. Are you employed now, Mike? Congratulations. Mike, are you not a trucker, or is that Donkey? I feel like I confuse you two. Danny Donkey and Mic'd Up Dupa. What's a Dupa, by the way? Oh, microwaved Upa. I see. Microwave Dupa. Yup. No, I'm a 3D engineer. I see. That just sounds like a fancy term for somebody who does, like, AutoCAD. Employment? What is that? It's a curse, dude. Okay, guys. I'm gonna disappear, take my pants off, and film some reference. BRB. Reference acquired. We're good. See, that was so much quicker than just fucking browsing Pinterest forever. I left my slippers in the other room, though. BRB. Okie dokie. We're back, baby. Okay, employment, what is that? Like I said, it's a curse, baby. It's a curse. I don't have a lot of room on my desk here. Let me shuffle some things around. Put you there, put you there, put you there. I gotta bring a whole ass MacBook onto my desk here. For real, bro, I just got a job. You got a job, Sid? Hell yeah, dude. What are you doing these days? Okay, now I see my angle. Now I see things a lot clearer. The trick is to not film reference at fucking, like 10 p.m. at night where you can't see shit in your apartment. My apartment is very low light, so my dog shit webcam doesn't pick up the lighting very well. I'm gonna move a lot of this stuff over. I'm tweaking the proportions just a little bit more. Changing the angles a bit. Should we send Snack some sugar? Guys, please don't send me your dick and balls, okay? Please. I beg of you. No dick and balls. I don't need to find out that I'm gay. Not that way, anyways. Upa is a little guy from Steins Gate. He's microwaved because of lore. I see. Upa, I read that. Sad. We can only imagine what it looks like when Snack is taking that nude photo. I'm not nude, guys. I'm wearing underwear. Okay, my fucking blinds are open right now, and I live in a very urban area. Something like that, I think, works. Flat is back. Oh, sweet release, dude. Sweet, sweet release. My back can breathe. Thank you, Colebounds. Oh my god, I just googled what a mouse schlong looks like, because Snack is a mouse, and there's a drawing of a guy pouring sugar on his mouse cock. What the fuck? What the fuck indeed, bro? What the fuck? Y'all way too horny for like 12 a.m. chats, you know? Wait, are you naked right now? No, I'm wearing sweatpants. I just took them off to record a video, and I was in my underwear. I'm not wearing a shirt, though. I am shirtless. My gut's out. And I'm standing at my standing desk. Have I mentioned how much I love my standing desk? I have, every stream. But I just want you guys to know I love my standing desk. Without a doubt, the best purchase I've ever made. Okay. Now I got my reference. Let's clean this shit up. My foot is way smaller. I'm just gonna do the general negative space here. this lines up kind of with the ankle here. And then it actually comes in like this, and then the butt is sort of like sticking out here. Not gonna lie, full onesies are great. I feel like I don't really, I feel like it's too much effort to put on, you know? I like being shirtless. I don't like being bottomless. It feels gross, you know? I don't like sitting on my couch or whatever. I need clothes on to some degree. My foot goes numb every time I eat sweets and my chest is constantly hurting. Is that normal? Yeah, you could probably ignore going to the doctors for a bit. This is medical advice. You could quote me on that. You'll be fine. Just shake it, walk it off, you know? Imagine having to shit like immediately and you have a full onesie on. Isn't that what's the thing that chicks wear in the summertime? There's like a term for it, but it's basically like a one piece like skin tight suit thing. I want to say it starts with a D. Rompers. That's it. Rompers. Yeah. I don't know why rompers in my mind. It just like I know they're like supposed to be cute and everything, but whenever I think of rompers, I just imagine a girl trying to like frantically panic to the bathroom while having to get fully naked in like a public bathroom. It just sounds like the most inconvenient outfit ever. So that's whenever I see a chick in a romper, that's all I think. I've absolutely like reprogrammed my perspective of like rompers and ruined any appeal they could have because I just picture like the most inconvenient scenario. Baby, you're my angel. You're my darling angel. In need, baby. You know, from home run. Consideration. My appreciation. I just throw the whole thing off and sew in a butt flap. Rompers and jumpers. Rompers are hellish. If it's not long enough, it's like too short for my torso. So any bending just turns into a wedgie. Like, why are you like this? I feel like most girl clothing is designed to floss your ass. I don't know why. There needs to be some sort of like female led like company that just designs clothing with deep pockets and that doesn't like you know doesn't floss your ass. Because I feel like girl clothing is just like the most inconvenient shit in the world. It just sounds annoying. Is this not why women just steal men's clothing? I mean, the thing with pockets is that, like, yes, that is partly why, but also pockets leave, like, wrinkles and leave forms, and you can see, like, women have a lot more diverse clothing, to be honest. Guys basically just have, like, shirts and pants and shorts. That's it. That's it, really. And if you ever work in, like, a corporate sector, the ladies are always just, like, beautifully dressed with, like, all kinds of crazy attires and fancy dresses and shit. And guys just wear khakis, polo shirts, and dress shoes. That's basically my uniform. So generally speaking, yeah, girl clothes just kind of sucks. But it's also very, very fashion forward, you know? Trade-offs, I suppose. When it's all done. You know, run, about that long run. He always a mention. It's very annoying. I kind of just buy men's clothes to wear. Yeah, I'd probably do the same. I'd tomboy max, you know? Nah, it's not just pockets. My ex was stealing my hoodies just for the fun of it. Mike, you're not selling this whole you're gay thing very well. What do you mean you're lady ex? You're supposed to be gay, dude. You're breaking my immersion. pockets, full coverage. The shirt isn't waist snatched. Pants are measured and standardized. I can use the work clothes as work clothes. Fake pockets are the devil's scheme, bro. I swear to God. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, why even put pockets at that point? You know what I mean? I agree. Men should have more fun clothes, though. The thing is, like, here's the thing. It's like a supply and demand thing. There's just no demand for it. Guys don't give a fuck. Like, I'll wear, like, a black t-shirt every day for, like, a year. And it will not impact my, like, self-perception or self-esteem or anything. And so I think, like, you could probably do more fashion-forward stuff. And I'll give it to, like, the newer generations. They're a little bit more fashion-forward and shit. But the reality is, guys just don't give a fuck that much. Generally speaking. There are definitely dudes who will, like, rock out on the fashion. I'm not one of them, personally. I definitely dress for convenience. So I wear a lot of hoodies. I'll wear, like, jackets and stuff. And I basically have, like, 4 pairs of pants from the Gap that I alternate between of different colors. So now I'm gay in the snack lore? I swear to God, bro, you were going on about how gay you were earlier. I'm not making this shit up. Chat, I'm being gaslit right now. Somebody back me up on this. In my mind, you're a gay cuck. That's how you described yourself earlier. Snack is gay confirmed. Sigh. Why are you sighing at that? I could be gay. I'm not, but I could be. And there's nothing wrong with that. Well, Snack, sometimes women wear less fancy clothes than men when I go out to bars and stuff. I feel like I'm very conditioned to think that wearing flowery clothes to, like, a club is, I don't know. I don't like the look on dudes. The, like, Dominican poppy look, you know what I mean? Aren't we all gay? I guess. I assume, statistically, most of my chat is women and or gay men. It's just kind of the way it is in the art category. Oh, where now? Everything's gonna be mine. I'm gonna move everything forward. I'm gonna make a stronger arc here. I just don't like the gesture on my original reference. So I'm gonna push things a little bit. We're gonna get this leg coming in kind of like this. I'm gonna just draw the cylinders first to plan out the angles and shit. So we'd see the front end of the cylinder kind of like this. It'd be looking like straight at us, more or less. Maybe subtly tilted away. Oh, where now? Everything's gonna be mine. Today, where? Oh, where now? Everything's gonna be fine. I want more men in flowery button-ups. It's tasty as fuck. I dated a girl who like tried really, really, really hard to get me to wear floral pattern button-ups, and it just felt so not me. I couldn't do it, bro. I couldn't do it. I think you know what's funny? She made me buy a pink shirt once. And I wore that pink shirt. I actually don't mind the pink shirt. But what happened was one day, I had like a religious lunatic come up to me in the street. And I assumed they must have thought I was like her gay best friend or something. Because they came up to me and they were like, homosexuality is a sin and you need to repent or you're going to hell. And then they walked away and I was like, what the fuck? It was crazy. It was crazy. I'm Canadian, bro. Religious lunatics are not a thing here, okay? They're very, 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 very rare. And the craziest part was, like, you would think this would be, like, an old, like, white dude or something like that. It was, like, a 20-year-old woman. Like, a good-looking, healthy-looking, 20-something-year-old, probably, like, late 20s, 20-something-year-old, like, white lady. Caught me so off guard, dude. She looked so normal. It wasn't really offensive because, you know, it was more just, like, funny than anything. It was kind of insane, but I was so caught off guard. I just, like, turned to my girlfriend at the time. I was like, did she think I was gay? Just because I'm wearing a pink shirt? Like, what the fuck was that? And it was like very clearly targeted at me. Like there was no one else around. I would argue everyone's a little bit bisexual, just different degrees. I'm gonna have to like hard disagree on that one. There is not even like a percentage of me that is attracted to men. Like, I wish it were the case. Dating would be a lot more plentiful, but it just ain't it. The idea of sleeping with a dude is just like very unappealing to me, like incredibly unappealing. Everyone has a price. I mean, I got a price for sure. I'm not saying never. All right, you pay. I respect the value of money. Okay, I know my worth. I'm not saying there's no price, but I'm just saying like in a default state with no social pressure, like 99.99999% of the time, I'm coming out straight. Ollie the cookie, yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. Ollie the Cookie. I live in a predominantly LDS community. That's Latter Day Saints. Are they the ones that like stand outside of like soldier funerals with like signs that say slurs on them and shit? Or that's Westboro Baptist Church, right? Crazy stuff. Anyways, it was more funny than anything. I think when you live in a community in Canada in particular, we don't have a lot of like religious extremism. At least if we do, it's in the shadows. It's not like front and center like the like southern US or anything like that. Like people are going to think you're a fucking lunatic if you start saying some crazy shit in Canadian cities, you know? Even the most like conservative Canadian cities are probably not like if we're like in Alberta and shit, it's still nothing. It's got nothing on the southern US. And so I think when somebody comes out and says some crazy like religious shit in Canada, it's just kind of funny because it's non-threatening, right? There isn't that undertone of like, oh, these people are gonna change our societal laws and rules and all that stuff. It's more just like, oh, that's cute, dude. You're a crazy person. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of how it's like perceived here. And so if I laugh at it, and to you guys, some of you guys, if you live in those communities, from your perspective, this might be some hardcore like bigoted shit, and it is for sure. But I think from the perspective of somebody who just lives in an area that just this is like so not a threat to me, um, it's just kind of funny. It's like I don't know, it's like cartoonish. So if I'm laughing at it, just know it's not that I don't take it seriously. It's just that you know I'm very lucky to live in an area where it's never gonna change my life at all. People can live. It's kind of like oh they're off in their own little world. Snack confirmed. $20 is $20. I feel like I'd be a pricey whore, dude. You need to pay me a little bit more than $20, I think. I'm not gay, just playing the role. You're just LARPing as a gay man on Twitch. That's on brand, I guess. I know, but people who actually give a fuck about colors like that do not have an understanding of history. Not the crazy part was before World War II is the opposite. What, pink shirts? Otter? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Otter? Southern U.S. mentioned. Yeah, we're talking about crazy religious people in the south of the U.S. They're just kind of my only frame of reference. I know there are crazy religious people in like a lot of other communities and countries, but the U.S. is just the closest thing to me that I can like reference. Like I'm sure there's a lot of like radical extremism in like the Middle East and like fucking parts of Europe and shit like that. I'm just not familiar with the cultures that well. Must be nice to live somewhere without people saying crazy shit. I mean, people say crazy shit for sure, but I feel like the crazy shit you get here is just kind of like the tech bro, like grind bro, like type shit. Like I feel like if I went to work and I talked about like AI image generation or something like that, culturally, people are gonna not really give a fuck that much, Whereas like you come to Twitch and it's a completely different culture where people are super anti AI, and I am too. But like, you know, in spaces where like that's the crazy shit that you deal with on a day to day. But it's not usually like bigoted, intolerant shit. It's more just like people just not really being in tune with sort of like the realities of things, I guess, in some ways. It's like it's definitely like a first world problem type thing. People in Turkey freak out when you're not Muslim. Yeah, I believe that. Like so unexpected that it doesn't seem real. Yeah, like it's kind of like you ever played RuneScape? You know those random events where like an NPC will just pop up and ask you like to pick a gift or, you know, do some random shit or make you play a mini game or whatever? That's kind of like what it is here. When a crazy religious person comes up to you and says some crazy shit, you're just kind of like, "Oh, neat." You know, it's like it's like it adds interest to your day. It doesn't really like it's not like, "Uh-oh. Are they going to start changing abortion laws? Or are they going to start you know, are we gonna have crazy right wingers running the country? Like that's never like a thing that's like really that threatened when it comes to these people. Like Canada is just very, very not at risk for shit like that. Even like our conservatives here are like barely conservatives relative to the rest of the world. Sorry, I just read that message. I'm asexual, but I take it in the ass for some homemade cookies. I feel like you gotta ask for a little more, dude. You gotta ask for a little more. Who said that? Ollie the Cookie. Ironically, the person in the Latter-day Saints community. Wear whatever the frick you want, as long as it's not lewd in a non-lewd place. Or pink. We're drawing the line at pink. I'm just kidding. No place is truly free from crazy shit. That's true, but I think the issue is just how much how salient the crazy shit is, right? Like how much it's gonna permeate into like the collective consciousness of that community. And if you live in a community that's really like protected from that type of that sort of integration, then it's just kind of like cute. It's like oh, look at this crazy person, you know? But if you live in a community where it's like, oh shit, like they're actually gonna change our laws and they're gonna ruin my life, then it takes on a different meaning. So I'm ready to dip out, and I should have a while ago. Get out of here, Cold Bounds. What are you waiting for? To be fair, you guys also have your crazy people like Romana Didulo, the true queen of Canada. I feel like I know exactly who you're talking about. But that's like one person, right? And these people aren't taken seriously. Oh yes, I know this person. The like QAnon like crazy person who thinks that they've like inherited Canada. These people have no sway though. You know what I mean? I mean I say this, but who knows what'll happen. Cultural perception can change real quick. Alright, I mostly just wanted to say hello. I've got stuff to do today. Bye, Pookies. Have a great day. Bye-bye, Otter. Thank you for popping in. I just wish people could mind their business and respect people's beliefs and shit. Like, they're not hurting anyone in any way. Just fuck off. Yeah, I don't have any issues with, like, people being religious. I'm obviously not a particularly religious person, but I have a lot of friends that are, and I hang out at churches and shit when necessary. I feel like this needs to be a little bit narrower here. Just don't feel right. The rib cage is like here, which means the gut would be like here-ish. Then I think this rib cage is like two, something like that maybe. I don't know. Okay. I've made a lot of changes here. I duplicated my layer just because I feel like I'm getting a really far away from my original drawing here. I mean, she did start a cult, so I feel like it's not one person. That's not what I'm saying when I say it's one person. What I mean is they're so insignificant that their sway on actual policy and like political like laws, you know, like they're not like this person's never going to pass a bill through the Senate or like the House of Commons. Like it's just not gonna happen. Like the you would need such an insane like series of things to happen for that to happen. And so that's why it's non-threatening. If you want to stand outside and scream some crazy shit with like 20 people around you, be my guest. That's like you're allowed to do that. Am I allowed to eat the ads? You can. You can eat the ads. I hate ads, chat. I should have never gone affiliate. But then again, you guys wouldn't be able to sub or, you know, use channel emotes or whatever. Not that I have like a lot of channel emotes, but you're a corpo crony. Yeah, that's true. I am a corpo crony. I'm also a CEO, dude. You love ads, you just say you don't. You're putting words in my mouth, dude. Okay, I think I'm gonna sit down. I've been standing for an hour and 12 minutes, so time to sit. I'm gonna lower my desk, and then we're gonna get into drawing this little freaking knee. As long as I can use the little mouse, I'm fine. But that used to be my grading emote when I had a sub. Oh, this one or whatever? Let me see. You can still use it. I don't think you need to be sub for that. I think it's just the animation ones that you need to be sub for. Oops. You really should up your emote game, Snack. I used to sub to people just because of the emotes alone. I get it. I was just lazy, dude. I don't know what to say. There's no real excuse. I just don't want to. I just don't really want to dedicate time to making subs. But also, I get that you guys are here for stream, and I should reward you all. You deserve it. But again, see point A about being lazy. It'll happen eventually, okay? It'll happen eventually. So my knee was really off center here. So high above me. Da-na-na. Oh my god, dude, that hurt. Kuro, thank you for the follow. Get in here, big dog. I didn't even know you could go that high. I didn't even know I could go that high. High above me. That's as high as I'm gonna go, dude. It fucking hurts to do that, and it's like weird. It's in a part of my throat that is like not like a normal part where sound comes from. Normally when I talk, I feel like if this is my neck here, let's do the sternocleidomastoids or whatever. If this is my neck, and this is my head or whatever, I don't know why it still says BRB. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I feel most of my audio come from here. Okay? This is where my voice comes from. When I do high-pitched voices, it comes from down here. And it fucking hurts. I don't like that. It feels really weird. Is she so high? Okay, break over. Have a good stream. You just stuck around for the ads and now you're gone. Based. That really hurt my throat. I'm never gonna do that again, dude. Now I have a sore throat. I actually feel like I fucking injured myself. Did Glad boot you? What was that? Glad? Like Gladsask? Boot me? Hello, Snack. What up, Sade Third A? How's it going? Grab some Ricola candy. Ricola. Hello. Never gonna lie, not gonna lie. Never had any Ricola. You're not missing much, dude. You ever had Halls? It's like the same shit. Nah, Ricola's better than Halls. See, I'm not very picky with my shit. I can't. I just don't like candy in general. Like, not even joking, chat. I actually just don't like candy. I think candy is. I just don't like the texture. It's probably like one of the craziest things about me. I'm just not a big candy guy. Well, there are different candy textures. I don't like hard candy. I should specify. I don't like hard candy. I don't know why I just fumbled that word so hard there. I like taffy and stuff like that. Just don't like hard candy. I really just got to commit to a shape here on this. Also, she looks so proportionately weird. She doesn't look like she's the right, like her limbs are the right length and shit. It's just, I just don't like how this is going, dude. I fucking hate this. What did I look before? Oh yeah, it looked way more proportional before. The head looks a lot smaller, though. It's probably not bad. That versus that versus that. I had a lot of different versions of this chick. Yeah, I've changed the proportions too much. It looks weird. It looks weird. I'm going back to the old version. This one. I like these proportions better. And I say this, but I'm gonna tweak them and then they're gonna be fucking weird. Worst case scenario, we just need to copy the head over if I like the other head better. Let's ban snack from every party ever. Peppermint. I mean, I don't mind. It's not a flavor thing. I just don't like hard candy. I like to eat my food fast. I don't like to suck on a candy for like fucking an hour, dude. It's just like things like Jawbreakers or, you know. I like Starburst. I like soft candy. I got the modern man like palate. And I'm just paranoid. Okay, now we can fix this stupid leg here. I'm gonna keep the length on the leg, but I'm gonna tone down a lot of the curves here. Snack don't like that hard feeling in his mouth. That's right. See comments about being straight. He's just that straight. Yeah, I avoid anything hard. I don't eat bananas. I don't eat cucumbers. I'm not a big fan of hot dogs. I just anything phallic, I stay away from. I can't chance it. I'm just kidding. I love all that shit. This leg does feel a little long still. Playing tricks on me. Just eat the banana sideways. That's right. I just eat it from the middle. Snack doesn't chew on bananas. Do you think you could choke on a banana as a grown man? I'm not talking like babies or anything, but do you think like you have enough like throat strength to crush a banana? You can easily choke on water, let alone a banana. Crazy. Hey, Caddy. Hey, Verby. How's it going? I think at the 2-hour mark, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm gonna go make a little tuna sandwich, I think. So I'm in the mood for today. I don't know if I need the grid right now. Hell yeah, the sounds of high-pitched car alarms makes me dance. Was there a high-pitched car alarm? I didn't hear anything. I've got noise-canceling earbuds on. Somebody could break into my apartment and I wouldn't know. I'm decorating my Sims now. Your heated rivalry. Gay Russian and Canadian Sims. Is tuna and avocado a good combo? I'd eat it. That sounds fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I'd eat the shit out of that, dude. Tuna and avocado. I'm a tuna mayo, hot sauce, egg, cheese, bread guy. If I had vegetables, I'd throw some veggies on there. Maybe a little onion. Maybe a little chive. Some spinach, perhaps. Celery. Celery's a good combo. I live in the middle of my city, so I used to complain about the car alarm sounds, but now I'm just gonna make fun of them because fucking middle of city is like, what the hell do I expect? Yeah, you kind of signed up for it. You get the convenience, but all the inconveniences that come with that. You're in the mood for tuna sandwiches always. I swear it's the only thing you eat on stream. That's not true. I eat carrots. I eat peanut butter sandwiches. I eat a lot of shit. I just haven't done groceries in a while, so I'm limited. I'm going into my rations, you know? Wow, you guys have never had a friend who choked on a random food, which is good, but you cannot imagine how stupidly you can die sometimes. Yeah. I choked on a strawberry once, and I thought I was dead for sure, and then I swallowed it. By the way, is there such a thing as an art cuck? We are sitting and watching someone else draw. Yeah, but I'm not getting fucked. That's like the difference. If there was a better artist drawing on my canvas right now, okay, then you guys would be art cucks. You guys are more like just watching me masturbate, I guess, in like the art equivalent. if we're going with like analogies, it's more like I'm just jerking off and you guys are watching. It's more intimate. Scrimpington, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Nah, I'm making myself with red hair. Do you have red hair? Then I'm gonna make the Chosen from Smosh, and then Heated Rivalry. I see. Cat is a mouse confirm. Mice don't like sugar. There you go. So it's OnlyFans for art? Yeah, with less income. Or nudity. So we were art critique cucks when PK was critiquing instead of you? No, because PK had his own canvas. You're not understanding, Mike. The canvas is really like, it's the bed. Think of the canvas as the bed. If somebody else is doing things to my bed, this doesn't work either. That's not a good analogy. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Barely brown. So then we are cucks. Mike, if you want to be a cuck, you can be a cuck. Okay, there's no law preventing me from or preventing you from being a cuck. Cuck away, my friend. These days won't last. This too shall pass. Won't linger on through dusk and dark to see the spark in this lonely parking lot. Someone else than it is to be kind to yourself. On the left, what did I just come back to? Chat is begging me to make them cucks, okay? There's nothing I can do about it. They just keep asking and asking and asking. And I'm fighting it off, you know, but I think we've come to the point where chat's cucked. When you end, I begin. Just some Saturday light fun stuff. It's like midday. It's like 1:30 p.m. It's way too early to be cucking out, dude. Having morning wings. I don't wanna lie to you. Dark for days. Sans soleil. By myself. To be kind to yourself. I ain't falling for this cuck propaganda. To each their own. Chat, if you guys want to be bulls, you can be bulls, alright? It's your story. I'm just existing in it. When you end, I begin. When you end, I begin. When you end, I begin again. I'm glad you're here with me. Of all things. I'm doing it again. I'm fucking up the proportions. My brain just wants to make this region smaller for some reason. I'll begin again. Soon I'll be living in the future when it's past midnight. There are a lot of you that are probably living in the future. Spetgree over on YouTube. Hello. How's it going, Spetgree? What are you getting up to? Smiley face. Smiley face indeed. Just like the US Gov is trying to make the gayest frog, I'm trying to breed the cuckest chat. Huh. To be clear, I'm reading a message here. This is not me saying this. Everything okay? And you? Everything's awesome, dude. I'm big chillin', Spat. I'm trying to figure out this these body mechanics here. I'm getting my overlaps in the right spots, you know? Are you guys drawing, by the way, chat? Or are you just talking shit? I need a productive chat here. Honestly, I see your art and I explode. I love it. Hell yeah, dude. Don't explode. I need you alive. How am I gonna get my viewership up if all of my chatters explode? I'm animating? Oh shit, dude. What are you animating, Rat? Ratibi? We dabble in animation sometimes. I was in an exam, so I'm taking a break right now. Hell yeah, dude. You just joining us? That's awesome. You can just call me Rat. I'm animating a walk cycle in place. Hell yeah, dude. I haven't done a walk cycle in forever. Trying to figure it out. There's basically 4 poses you need to know about. 250 questions. My brain hurts. Bro, that is such a long exam. What the fuck? It's like a 10-hour exam. If you need any help on your walk cycle, or at least the poses, let me know. Got a bit of experience. I don't really like this song. It's just kind of boring. Next song. Next song, please, Mr. Spotify AI guy. If you're on YouTube, you don't hear what we're listening to. We're just listening. You're listening to Nintendo nostalgia playlists. But over on Twitch, we're listening to Spotify music. I should learn how to make a walk cycle. You should. It's a very valuable skill if you want to be an animator. It's like one of the most common things you'll animate. Like, literally. Like, most scenes in a studio are walk cycles. And I guess lip syncing also is like another one, but... Walk cycles are fun to do. Yeah, they can be. They can be. 3 hours for those questions, then you have to make another 150 in 2 hours, but I can do it. I believe in you, Spec Gree. I think you can do it. I got the poses and tried using the 16:8:4 guide for the in-betweens, but I kind of messed up, so now I'm going back to putting everything on the right frame. Huh, I don't know what that is. I usually just did contact pose, right? Contact. Down pose. Passing pose. Which is kind of like halfway between up and then up pose. Passing pose is actually more like this, because this leg is passing. And then up pose would be this leg is fully extended, and then this leg is like coming forward like this, and it's about to go into contact again. Once you have like these 4 poses, then you just, I would probably just throw in one in between in between each of them, and that's how I would call it a day. I love your avatar. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Spat. I appreciate it. anyways, that's the gist of it. I changed some stuff, don't like it. I gotta make the leg thicker again. I thinned out the leg here, I changed the angle a little bit. I also don't like this position here. Dude, this angle is so hard. I don't know why I decided to draw these characters like this, but... Yeah, that's it. I followed the animator's survival guide poses. I'd be so lost without it. Yeah, it's a good, that's a good reference. You maybe want to doodle, bro? Hell yeah. Then doodle up. What are you waiting for? I do really want to do some more animation shit. Eventually. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we streamed some animation. Still a lot of shit to finish. I've got too many half-done animations, you know? The never finished animations, I know. And the reality is, if I did animate, I would just do a new one. So it'd just be another half-done animation. I can learn a thing or two from watching you animate? Hey, maybe. Maybe you could. I'm not gonna say no to that. I think you should all watch me animate. Wet smoochy kiss for whoever put on auto. That would be Shireen. Where's my ankle at? Somewhere like here-ish. This pose looks so uncomfortable, you know? God damn it. Guys, I'm crashing out on this fucking drawing, dude. I'm never gonna get this shit right. Your anatomy's on top. I love it. Sorry, I cannot express very well right now. I'm tired. Awesome art. Thanks, Spet. Thank you. I'm looking at a reference right now. I took a photo of myself. You can't see it for obvious reasons. But there's a photo of myself that I'm referencing for this pose in particular. The issue is this is a lady and I'm a man. And so my proportions are very different. And so interpreting that stuff is kind of hard. Like this boob would be... I believe in you. You can make it 100% accurate. That's right. Give me your spirit energy, dog. They look like they were in the middle of working on something and got interrupted. Yeah, kind of. The issue is I just don't find it appealing. There's a lack of appeal here that I really, really don't like. And this is me being picky, but it's just not good enough. I really don't like this drawing. I don't know how to, like... I don't know how to say it in a way that's not gonna make people go like, no, it looks great, it looks great. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't. There's so many things wrong that I can't figure out or accomplish. I'm getting doomer right now, but... It just looks wrong. Okay, Snack, it looks ugly. You happy now? Wow, rude. No, I'm just kidding. You're kind of right, though. Like, the gesture's fine. The anatomy is weird. There's not a lot of forms showing. Like, I feel like the... By the way, did you make it so that when you speak, your music gets louder? No, that should not be a thing. Is that happening? I think that should not be happening. I'm looking at my my audio levels, and that's definitely not a thing. So that could just be you. Unless somebody in chat is gonna back up Mike here, I'm gonna assume Mike's having technical issues and it has nothing to do with my setup. If only I could put GIFs in chat, because I have a funny reaction photo I like using on Discord. You can post it in the Discord if you want. I'll probably see it. Okay, I did the pose. As a femme body haver, it's uncomfy. Yeah, it is very uncomfortable. I was like going more for gesture than comfort, you know? A little awkward. Which channel should I put it in? You can just put it in general, I guess. Whatever you want. General makes the most sense. Be right back. Anime time. Do your thing, big dog. Coolbounds, why are you doing the pose? You drawing the same perspective or what? I think the knee would be higher here. More like here. Then this would come like this, and then this would be higher up. It looks perfect for the inexperienced eye. The only thing I could say is check the anatomy by making sure it's structure on top of the drawing, then watching bones, muscles. I don't remember more. Oh, I know, bro. I know. Don't worry. I got my mannequin mock-up underneath here off my old reference. Way ahead of you, big dog. This is the original mannequin. And I think that looks a lot more natural, to be quite honest. Looking at this again, this looks a lot more natural than what I have now. So maybe I should put this a little bit more on model. This is the reference of my body. Well, my drawing, anyways. I'll try that. I'll try it. The hell's my drawing? That's not it. That's it. Is that it? Or is that the wrong one? Okay. Let's put this a little bit more on model here. Let's see how fucked up this looks. Because my mannequin seems to be working here. I think I moved this forward a little too much. Let's just move the ribcage over, so everything's kind of like this now. The knee and shit is gonna move in more. Just a little bit. I think my knee's in a little bit too much on that one. This leg is more extended F, which the newer reference I have is not like that. It's actually a little bit different. But I do think this leg could come in a a bit more. And then maybe we'll meet in the middle here and we'll go around here. Now let's see what it looks like without the mannequin. What the fuck is this? Do I have 2 layers? Fuck. Yeah, it still feels like super duper weird to me. I need the mannequin reference you use, not particularly the one you're using right now. Oh, you mean like how I build my mannequins? I'll just tell you. It takes like 2 seconds. Here. Let's bust out the mannequin. Mannequins are pretty easy. The head, I think, you know, could be a cube. If you want a little bit more accuracy, I would use a cube. But basically, the way the mannequin works. Oh, I see your GIF. The mannequin essentially is built up of these forms: cylinders. Steltic, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Cylinders. Spheres. Not circles, spheres. And cubes-ish. These really should be cubes. But I just kind of, just drew the ribcage. But if I were drawing this mannequin again, I would just make them cubes. Same with the pelvis. So essentially, what you have is this combination. So joints, this is how it's broken down. Also, how's it going, Nox? So, basically, every limb, like arms, legs, whatever, is a cylinder. Every joint, like shoulder joint, knee joint, wrists, ankles, whatever, is a sphere. And then the larger, more rigid forms, like the rib cage that doesn't flex or change positions very much, is a cube. So head, cube, rib cage, cube, pelvis, cube. Head, ribs, pelvis, all cubes. That's basically it. That's it. And then, so when you construct your dude, you start with the cube for the head. Oh, so a neck is a cylinder also, I should say. Start with the head. Throw in the rib cage. And then what you want to do is you want to make sure that the angles on these are facing different directions. So if the head is looking this way, you do not want to have the rib cage also facing this way. It's just going to be very flat. It's going to be very boring. It's not going to be a very fun drawing. So what you want to do is you want to add some rotation. So instead of having the rib cage point this way, maybe I'll tilt the rib cage this way. It's going to create more visual interest. Oops. And then, same deal with the pelvis. If the rib cage is now pointing this way, the pelvis, maybe we'll twist it the opposite direction. Just a little extreme here. It's kind of it's gonna be a little broken. And these changes could just be subtle, you know? So actually, you know what? We'll twist it a little bit more like this. Now, there's other things you can elevate and change around. You can change the shoulder elevations. So instead of having the shoulders be the same height, boring. Boring, we don't want the shoulders the same height. Maybe we raise a shoulder, and maybe we lower the other shoulder. That's going to create a little bit more visual interest. Now, the hips, you could do the same thing. So maybe the leg here. These are going to be elevated differently, which means if this is up, if this hip is up, that means most of the weight is going to be borne by that hip. So now you're doing your legs, your cylinder legs here. This leg can kind of come out a little bit. And then, you know, whatever, I don't know. I'm just kind of freestyling right now. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but joint ball for the elbow here, right? And then forearm, cylinder. Maybe this just hangs out, I don't know, whatever you want to do. You know, whatever. I'm actually McCuck now, as it turns out on the stream. Okay. I really gotta make the dang pose doll I've left on the back burner forever. It just helps sort of understand how your anatomy is gonna line up. And looking at this, I drew this cylinder in particular, or this pose in particular, based off of my anatomy. Which is why I'm looking at it now and it feels so weird, because the pelvis is narrower than the rib cage. That's because I'm a man. But if I were drawing a lady, which I am, this relationship would change, right? So I feel like I gotta change these proportions. A lady pelvis would maybe be a little bit more like this, you know? A little wider. A little thicker. Shout out to my ladies. And then maybe this, I don't know. Maybe the ribcage would actually be smaller. So this is sort of stuff I'm trying to change while I'm doing my actual, like, anatomy overlay, but... Snack, how do you usually practice learning, drawing human head structure and lighting? I'm using William Nguyen's 3D head model on ArtStation as references, by the way. The answer to that, and this is always going to be the answer whenever people say, how do you learn things? You need like a billion different sources. Do a jiggle? Shit, you know a jiggle. You know it'd be jiggling cool bounds. You need to use multiple sources. I would say stick to one you're comfortable with, then try one you're not comfortable with. Try different learning methods. The cube head mannequin thing is a very Korean, Asian, influenced style of doing mannequins. A lot of Western like teachers will probably teach you to use spheres. I don't like spheres. I think spheres are fine, but they don't, like, spheres alone don't convey a lot of visual information, which is why I prefer sort of like the more Korean style of drawing, like the way Kim Jong-gi does it, and like a lot of the Korean art schools will teach, is they'll use like cubes, whereas like a lot of the Western schools will use spheres, and I don't really like spheres that much. I just don't think they convey a lot of information. They're good for organic forms and flow and stuff like that. And so if you're an animator, you're probably going to learn a lot more with spheres, but they just don't tell you anything. If I draw a sphere, right? How do I know where on the sphere the face plane is versus the top of the head, the bottom of the head? You don't until you start adding more information. Like, I don't know if the head is neutral 3/4, right? Until I add a boxy jaw or something and a center line. I don't know if the head is looking up, right? You just don't have that information with spheres. You're a lot more restricted. I don't know if the head is looking down at a weird angle here. You know, so spheres are just, they don't give you enough limitation to sort of understand how your character's facing or looking or whatever. Cubes, on the other hand, are limited. They have a limited amount of planes here. There's a front face, there's a side face, there's a top plane, and then there are, you know, planes here, on the backside here, and on the bottom here. So you've got 6 planes. But that makes it a lot more restricted. And so it's a lot easier to be like, okay, well now I can limit my angles a little bit better. So now, like, now my head plane, or my face plane, could be on any of these sides, right? But that gives me 3 options, whereas the cube gives me fucking a million options. I could go anywhere, or the sphere gives me a million options, which just makes it really bad at planning, in my opinion, which is why I prefer cubes. So whenever you hear me yapping about cubes, it's mostly for this reason. They're more objective in their orientation and their alignment. It's a lot easier to figure things out. Now from there, if you want to sort of draw like a sphere on there and define the face plane more, or add the you know, perspective, whatever, you could totally do that. But I think if you're using mannequins or you're developing poses with mannequins, I think you should probably use, I really do think the like Korean model. I say Korean because I mostly just I listen to a lot of Korean artists online, and I really like that style in particular. And a lot of them tend to use, like Kim Jong-gi and all those guys, they use like this mannequin model, and I just prefer the aesthetic of it. Or not the aesthetic, but the practicality of it. So anyways, all that to say, I would recommend learning this mannequin, practicing this mannequin, doing studies, right? Like, or even tracing. Like these drawings here, I didn't copy these. These are literally traced. I just drew over top of the drawings to understand the orientation. And I'm looking at this, and look how narrow that rib cage is relative to my rib cage. My rib cage is way bigger, right? Look how much thinner this cylinder is relative to mine. Mine is so thick, and it's because I'm going based off of my body. I'm a man. I got bigger muscles. So I really should be toning all of this shit down. I just didn't do a very good job in my planning phase. But anyways, all that to say, Sid, you know, there's no one resource you should pull from. You should try a bunch of different resources, see what sticks. I would say though, bread and butter, I really like this mannequin model. I think it's one of the better ones, and I think it's, you know, one you should probably stick to. Like even this feels a little thick, especially considering how far in space it is here. Anyways, chat. I'm gonna get rid of all this shit. And as far as it goes, like, how do I go about practicing? I just, you know, different things. Like, depends on the piece, really. I practice for the piece, specifically. I practice directly for what I want to do, okay? And in this particular case, if I wasn't live right now, I would probably go watch, like, an hour-long video of a knee breakdown with a bunch of knee attachments and a bunch of, like, you know, different muscle attachments to see how they interact, how they would rotate. And that's what I would do right now if I wasn't live. And I would silently just watch, and then I would maybe pause the video, go apply it to my work, see how it works. If I don't like it, then I go back and I try it again. Essentially, the learning cycle, this is what the learning cycle is, okay? You draw something. Okay? If you draw something and it doesn't work, okay? Fail. You failed, okay? Failure. You didn't execute what you want to do right. Now what you do is you reinforce by going back to theory. Doesn't matter what that theory is, whether it's a book, whether it's a YouTube tutorial, whether it's a fucking documentary on knees or medical anatomy, I don't care. Whatever you can get yourself to consume that's gonna up your knowledge. And then what you do is you reapply, so you reinforce with theory. And then you retry. And you just basically keep doing this. This is the art cycle of learning. That's it. It's not that crazy. I gotta move this so it's a little bit more symmetrical. Now, you know, along this route, there's stuff like motivation, interest, and you got to balance that stuff too. If you get to this failure point and you don't go to theory, or you go to theory and it's boring for you, or you don't like the theories you're consuming, change theory, change source, right? But this is essentially the cycle. And if you do this, you know, you do something, you fail. Let's say you draw an eye, it feels like it's in a weird spot, it doesn't feel right. Go study eyes, go study facial anatomy, go study the muscles of the face, whatever. Okay? And then come back, and then draw it again. And just keep doing it. Keep doing it. That's it. Draw, fail, reinforce with theory, go back to drawing. Now, there's a bunch of shit, like I said, there's a bunch of shit in there, like balancing mental health. You don't want to burn yourself out. You don't want to be, like, abusive to yourself, whatever. All this shit is, like, it's in the subtext, but that's the basics. Spec Gree over on YouTube says, normally I start drawing with the expression lines, then structure. Yeah, totally. It doesn't really matter what system you want to use, so long as, you know, it's so long as it's a tried and true way of doing things. Alright guys, we're running ads right now. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'm gonna go make my little tuna sandwich. BRB. And then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my character and I'm gonna try and put her a little bit more on model here. So I'll be right back, guys. Back chat. I'm back. Hello, anyone here? Zany, I was here, but I went to go make a sandwich. Hence why it says BRB, tuna. How's it going, Ian? How's the anime? What you watching? Oh, you're watching anime, right. Excusez-moi. Demons of the Shadow Realm. Sounds edgy. Boy, he sure likes tuna. I do. How's your tuna? Pretty good, pretty good. All Snack eats is carrots and tuna sandwiches. This is true. I eat salami too sometimes. Canned or fresh? Canned, dude. I'm not balling like that. You think I'm made of money? But canned tuna's kind of ew. Well, I got peasant genes, dude. I'll eat dirt. Doesn't matter. I gotta wash my hands. Be right back. Okie, I'm back. I think I'm gonna stand. I've been sitting for the last hour. We're gonna stand again. I love standing desks, guys. If any of you guys own a standing desk company, I will shout you out. Father Snack, thank you for your fire react emoji to my art labor. It was really well done, dude. It came out super nice. Genuinely. You should be very happy with that. It's like a visible improvement. I am truly so proud of it. You should be. Okay. Back to drawing this freaking lady. I'm gonna try and put her a little bit on model here. Nope. Dirt is better than canned fish. Dude, I love canned fish. I don't care. I've been eating it since I was a kid. My dad was always super cheap, so he'd always buy like canned food, and I'm also super cheap, so I always buy canned food. And yeah, I fucks with it, dude. You're never gonna convince me not to eat canned fish. I eat sardines, canned salmon, canned tuna, whatever, dog. I'm gonna have to leave soon. I have to go answer the other half of the exam. God have mercy on me. I have 2 more exams of that magnitude in the coming months. I'm praying for you, Spec Gray. You got it, big dog. Kill that shit. You got my spirit energy with you, bro. I know you can do it. You're a smart kid. I didn't think the metal version of this would go so hard. Thank you so much, dude. Amen. Well, I hate all fish, actually, apart from salmon and tuna. It's the only ones that really matter. Unless you're, like, one of those freaks who eats, like, tilapia and shit. Or you're, like, super bougie and you eat, like, lobster or something. I don't know if that counts as fish, but... See you in the next stream. Peace out, Spret. Good luck on your exam. Where's this stupid mannequin? There it is. Dude, I'm like, I'm putting my fingers over top of my super spinatus right now, which is like a little muscle on your like scapula, and I'm moving my shoulder around, and it's so grindy, bro. It's so fucking gnarly. I don't think it was like this before. My shit is fucked. I enjoy lobster when I don't have to pay for it. Amen, brother. You know what's funny? Lobster used to be... Also, welcome in, Steltic. Lobster used to be, like, the poor man's, like seafood. And now it's like the bougie shit, you know? It's crazy. Tilapia was like that, too. It was like... It used to be, like, a bottom-dwelling, like, dog shit food. And now it's like, it's being marketed as like the new health food or whatever. Anyways. Many such cases. Diamonds too. That's true. Synthetic diamonds. I don't even know if... The thing is, I feel like with diamonds and shit, I feel like diamonds are like made artificially scarce, right? Like they limit supply in the actual market. But I don't know if that's the case with like seafood. I think it's just like insanely expensive. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do. Maybe there is a limited amount. I don't know shit about fish and stuff, manufacturing-wise. Thank you. I heard about that. It used to be fed to prisoners because it was so abundant. Yeah. Diamonds are abundant, but they like charging more. I mean, they're abundant, but I think the thing is they limit the supply of them in like the actual market. You know, like you could have like let's say Nintendo does this. This is like a good example. So like Nintendo will produce a limited amount of Switches to justify the prices. I don't know if you guys have like ever tried to buy like the Switch 2 recently. I tried to buy the Switch 2 like months after it came out, mind you. Okay. And I couldn't fucking find one anywhere. I called like 3 different stores and they were all sold out. And I'm like, this is insane. Like, what? This is like why would you do this? Like, you're just limiting the amount of sales. But I ended up getting one. And it was like the only one left at like a Walmart. I thought that was because the Wii U was such a bust. I enjoyed it though. Yeah, but the Switch was insanely successful. Like, they should have definitely known that the Switch 2 was going to go crazy. I think a lot of companies do this as a marketing tactic to basically, like, increase the value of their item. Like, if there's a limited supply in the market, it can kind of qualify as a luxury item, so you could charge more for it because of the limited supply, right? So that'd be my guess. I don't know, like, I guess a console would probably classify as, like, luxury item. It's a legit tactic they teach you to do. Yeah. Well, it's like things like Burberry or like Gucci or whatever. Like these materials and stuff. They're not like insanely high quality to the degree that you would charge like $3,000 for a T-shirt or whatever. It's just that they limit the supply so much and they go off of luxury brand name that if they did like mass produce these things, it would reduce the value significantly. Like this is like just it's like an economic thing. There are things that are marketed as luxury items, and when if you ever produce a product, you have to sort of decide what kind of camp you want to be in from an economics perspective. Do you want to market yourself from a luxury brand perspective, or are you going like, you know, are you trying to sell like mass amounts of the product with large supply? Just depends. Depends on the product. Some products take care, like do better for that stuff. Things like cars and things like that. Anyways. There's a lot of overfishing in the economy that leads to depleted populations and scarcity. I don't know anything about like industrial fishing. I know that like amateur fishing, like if I were to go fishing, there are certain like limits to daily catches and stuff, and that's regulated. I don't know how it works with like commercial fishing though. I assume there are like regulations around it. Unless it's like poaching, essentially, in which case, yeah, totally illegal, but if any business presents you 3 options, they expect you to go with the one in the middle. Business psychology facts. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's put this lady on model here. I'm gonna drop the opacity even more. If I could go back to school, guys, I'd probably go into either one of 2 things. It depends how hardcore I want to go. If I wanted to go hardcore, I'd go into medicine. I don't know if I have the brain for it. I don't have like the drive to study that aggressively, so I probably wouldn't do well with that. Maybe if I got like on ADHD meds or something, it'd be a little easier. But the other thing I would do is economics. I fucking think it's so cool. I took some like some econ classes just for funsies, and it's a very interesting field. What the fuck? Did I make another folder? What the hell? Fuck. Whatever. I'd get my master's in linguistics if I had the energy / disposable income. My only association to linguistics is a chick I dated who drove me fucking crazy, so... she was doing her PhD in linguistics. I really want to study how the internet has changed language evolution. Yeah, it does feel like things like slang and shit are being developed at such a fast rate relative to the past. Like things like trends just pick up and accelerate way faster than they did in the past. Whereas I feel like a lot of slang terms were generational, whereas now it's like almost like year to year. There's like new slang. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's been like hardcore acceleration in like slang production or new words or whatever, or like word commonality. Respect to Evlast. Evlast. Maybe don't mess around with her, me show no function. Where the fuck? Okay, that's the mannequin. You'd be locked into archaic methodologies that would bind your economic output, academic output. Damon, what you saying, dog? Are you talking about not making money? It's probably true. Oh, you think you got it? I got it. And that's forever. The lady said the most methods of linguistic study boil down to methodology set in stone. I don't know. I feel like the stuff I saw, they use a lot of big corpus, like big data sets, and then they basically like, you know, do like theory extraction and stuff like that based off of those. I'm just sort of placing this right now. This is not the like form I'm gonna go with, but some sugar. I am your neighbor. I have to start committing to lines on this. I have just been doodling anatomy bullshit forever now, and I'm not getting anywhere on this piece. Do. Snack, what are you working on right now that makes you feel fulfilled and proud? Literally nothing. Nothing. This is like the current drawing I'm doing. That's it, really. I don't have any like big lofty goals at the moment. My big goal right now is to reduce pain in my shoulder. My shoulder has been going through a lot of pain, especially in April. It's been better in May, and I'm slowly getting back into doing light rehab work. I've been pushing myself really aggressively, like the start of the year, and I have a really bad habit of overdoing things. It's like one of my biggest weaknesses is just how aggressively I push myself on stuff, and I gotta fucking learn to chill the fuck out. Do you have an injury or just chronic? I mean, it's a bit of both, I guess. It's a chronic injury. I have tendinosis in my shoulder, and you know, I've got a lot of like myofascial trigger points that just sort of flare up constantly. It's a lot of shit. It's getting better, but it's very slow, and I don't really see the end. I don't know how to get rid of it, to be quite honest. I've had EMGs, X-rays, MRIs, ultrasounds, fucking everything, and nobody knows what the hell's going on. So, peeks in to see what's being worked on. What up, Scythe? How you doing? I'm here for you. I feel alive. I will not die. Midterm is snack networking and rubbing shoulders to co-opt some kind of art fund grant on the animation project friends are working on. Hold up. I gotta reread that entire paragraph. What? Midterm is Snack networking and rubbing shoulders to co-op some kind of art fund grant on some animation project friends are working on. That would be cool, actually. What you're saying is, I assume what you mean is, you know, if I could network well enough to get funding to pay me and my boys to do some work. That does sound fun. I'm not gonna lie, I would do that. Hey, yeah, how's it? It's going, dude. It's going. How's it going with you? I will not die for you in my time of dying. Boom, 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 boom. That would be fun. I think, you know, I don't have any big goals these days. Just small ones. I've been actively trying to do too much for too long, I think, that I have to get comfortable with doing less. Because I feel like I do too much and then I get major setbacks, whether it be like mental health or, you know, physical health, more importantly, in my case. So like, I gotta learn to chill the fuck out. That's partly why I bought a Switch, because I just don't chill enough. Ribcage is too wide. Schedule 1 has been my go-to chill game. I've been playing Ocarina of Time. That's been mine. Just been going through a lot of the retro games on the Switch. I know it's kind of stupid to just spend a shit ton of money to just play like Zelda, but it is what it is. My chill game is Civ 5 on the computer. I love Civ 5, dude. I heard Civ 7. Civ 7 is the one that's out now, right? I heard Civ 7's kind of ass. I would like to get it, but I've heard it's dog shit. But I've also heard that like most Civ games kind of release dog shit, and then they get better. So I'm kind of looking forward to it in like 5 years, you know? Still not working. Civ 1 is where it's at. I've never played Civ 1, dude. My dumbass thought you said 6-7, and I had a heart attack. Oh, bro. I would never. It's haram, dude. My bad, I'm too locked in on the sketch. Good, dude. Get your sketching in. I should lock in. I'm really, really struggling. I just don't know how to make this perspective work. I'm really, really struggling on this pose. Like, it looks so bad to me. It looks so not right. Normally, I prefer to crash out offline, but it's gonna be a crash out stream today for sure. I don't know why. Watch you go. So hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Too far to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Chill corner Civ building, swanky palace, and quadratic grid instead of awful hexa. Was that Civ 1? To lose it all. And it doesn't even matter. I trust you. Far as I can go. Leave one thing you should know. One thing you should know. Okay, I gotta hard commit to just this bottom leg here. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. I'm gonna work off a new one because I kind of like the changes I've made so far. I'm not trying to. What the fuck? And I just don't want to lose where I was at. So we're gonna do a little checkpoint layer duplication there. Rest in peace to my spine because I stuck the shrimp posture for too long. That reminds me, I should stretch, and you guys should all stretch too. I'm gonna do a little pec stretch here. I've got a post behind me now. That was my elbow. Somebody count to 30. I'm just kidding. Don't spam chat. Just around. Do a jiggle. It's already jiggling, Danny. It do jiggle, though. It do be jiggling. Boots with the fur. I was looking at her. She had the rope. Next thing you know, low, 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 low. Rebuffs with the strap. Booty and smack. Next thing you know. As a blind man, I didn't see that it was already jiggling. I had a stopwatch. It is 30. Dude, I missed it then. I gotta do it again. Whatever, I'm gonna do another set. Get ready, Merc. I mean, there's probably a delay on the stream, so when I say 30 seconds, you're probably hearing it like a few seconds later. Probably half of that. So I'm just gonna go now. Ready, now. Bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Pants and the Reeboks with the strap. Booty and clap. Okay, I feel like it's been around 30 seconds. I'm gonna stop now. Ugh, I feel like this is probably longer than 30 seconds, but... She hit the flow. Next thing you know, low, 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 low. Gotta check proportions. That's that hip to the knee. This distance here to this is basically the distance from the knee to the ankle. Yeah, so the ankle is gonna be like here. That's why it feels like way too long. Discover. This is asking, what does it all mean? I'm lost on direction. I've lost all the direction. I wish that I could believe. Born and raised to lithium. Well, I love like a bird from the noise. If by chance all my direction, now I wish that I could. So creation, we were born and raised in the Surf's Up. This is from Surf's Up. I don't know. I just like I like Incubus. Open arms and open eyes, yeah. Yeah, they used this song in Surf's Up around the start of the movie. Oh, really? Excellent choice. I condone it. Lately, now I know it's Dorohedoro. Snag got bit by the bug. What's Dorohedoro? This character is not from anything, if you're trying to speculate. Nox, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Take my free Bezos money? I will. I'll take those free Bezos dollars. Bezos bucks. Oh shit, my MacBook's about to die. Give me a sec. I gotta charge it. My reference is on that screen, BRB. Hey, my MacBook that bitch. The bulky female bodies, they're not bulky on purpose. They're just, I'm using my body as reference, and I'm bulky. What can I say? I'm larger than a lady. Who would have thought? Okay, well, my reference is gone now. So I gotta wait for my MacBook to charge. My MacBook's very old, so when it dies, it just fucking takes forever to turn back on. It's like it's a 2015 MacBook, for context. I have a bad habit of making feminine men for that reason. Yeah, relatable, dude. The thing is, like, you can use references from, like, Pinterest and shit like that, but they're never exactly the way you want them to be. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very picky with my reference, and I feel like using a Pinterest reference never is the exact pose I want. It's always just slightly off. So I end up having to mishmash a bunch of references and kind of guessing the connections in between, and it just makes for an inefficient way of drawing. Rolling back to you. So Q&A session, meanwhile, yeah, go for it. You can ask me whatever you want. I won't answer everything, but you can ask whatever you want. It knows to fall for somebody new. You guys ever eat something so much that you just can't eat it anymore because it's like gross to you from how much you've eaten it? That's the Arctic Monkeys for me. I've listened to the Arctic Monkeys so much that, like, generally speaking, it's very difficult for me to listen to the Arctic Monkeys. Just have listened to them way too much. Kiss you. Me with the KFC bucket. Some anime songs are like that for me. I like photoshopping stuff sometimes. Makes fun images and designs. Yeah, I think the issue is right now I'm trying to practice intentionally. I'm trying to practice extreme perspective angles. This doesn't feel like an extreme perspective angle to me. It's not enough. It's not good enough. One of the funniest coincidences just happened. I got done sketching out my crush since I'm going to start working on a Soul Eater drawing for each other. And he messaged me the moment I got done. Damn, what are the odds? Snack, I keep hearing wilder and wilder stories about exes and friends of a friend. About me? Ain't no way. Hype train? Why are we hyping? Feeling goes both ways. I'm hoping that you stay. We both know. Ah, there you go. Now my MacBook's back on. Back in business, baby. Another day. Rolling back to you. Just to fall from. Back to you. And it died again. Okay. That didn't last very long. How many of those are made up? Which stories? Never been. If I don't belong, who will get stay? Not even know. If only someone advised you to do extreme angles early on. If only. If only that person existed. I'll be alright. You say you want to end your life. What up, Krim? How you doing? How's life going, dude? How's your animation coming? You working on it today, or you just chilling? Even good artists gotta chill every now and then. Does Snack last longer than his 2015 MacBook? You should ask your mom, she'll tell you. Don't know everything that I own. Make you feel like it's not too late. I'm good. How are you? I read that as how aru. Arr, you know? Just got home from family side quests. Time to lock in. Hell yeah, dude. You streaming today? To end your life. And again we try to just stay alive. How are you? It's never too late. No streaming today. I'm gonna die with 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, dude. Bro, my fucking fire alarm went off at 5 a.m. So I can relate to not sleeping. It did smell like smoke though, so. Okay. And my MacBook's back on. Be what I expected. Who the fuck burns the house at 5 a.m.? I mean, I live in an apartment. So, some idiot somewhere on some floor. The hell is sleep? Blackout around 10, wake up at 4 a.m. That's a good 6 hours. I would pay it back. I would do payback and do it at 4. Just piss everybody off my building just to own this one guy who I don't even know. You're evil, dude. It's always the ones you least expect, you know? You seem so nice and sweet, and here you are plotting evil revenge on your neighbors. I am very nice and sweet. Uh-huh. I've heard that before, dude. We're Twitch streamers, dude. How sweet can we be? Let's be real. Twitch streamers are like the worst archetype of people, dude. Like, unless you're me, obviously. I'm one of the good ones. I'm not like the other streamers. Whoa. You either. Why are we firing shots in glass houses? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There's nothing wrong with being a Twitch streamer. When it comes to characters, it's between Cid and Excalibur, but Meister and Weapon, it'd be Stain and Spirit. Black Star and Tsubaki are close contenders. Oh, this is the anime you guys were talking about earlier. It's Soul Eater. I love that anime. I don't think I ever finished it, but I did enjoy it. Someone burned their house down at 3:48 here, PM or AM? 0348 implies AM. Hey mate, how are you? I'm doing good, Nancy. How you doing? How's life? Did you work today? I love Soul Eater so much. I turned Pomni and Jax from Amazing Digital Circuit into a Weapon Meister / pairing or / Oh my god, dude. I know what you meant. I just can't read. Snack, would you rather live in British Columbia or the US somewhere? British Columbia. Easy, bro. What? How's that even a choice? It's basically like being like, hey, do you want to give up free healthcare? No, I'm good. I like it. Especially with shoulder problems. Haven't heard this song in forever, dude. I'm tired, homie. I worked all day, ripped my Saturday. No, not the Saturday, dude. Do you like the new job at least? Sit down, Tyler. Yeah, I like it. It's not too bad. That's good. They say if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. Is that how you feel, Nancy? Feel like you're not working? That's such a bullshit expression, by the way. Even shit you like doing is still work, you know? It's not that good. Is anything that good? Do you guys feel like there's a job you could do that wouldn't feel like work ever? Like you could do it every day, all the time? The answer can't be drawing whatever I want, because that's not work. Like, yeah, I would love to just play video games at my own pace and be paid hourly. Like, yeah, that's not quite what I meant. My feet feel like they've been run over by 10,000 trucks. Don't tell Chad about your feet, dude. You get them all riled up, then calm down, and I've been able to focus a little bit. Anything animal related, I'd be happy. Professional hunter, got it. The dildo of consequences rarely comes lubed. Damon, you're a wordsmith, dude. Exhausting myself because I work from before the sun rises until it's setting, then making art till bedtime, wrecked. Why do you work so much? What the hell? You got like a family to support and shit? That's crazy. I do the standard 9 to 5, and then I fuck off for the day. Debt? Okay, yeah, that'll do it. I get bored pretty quickly no matter the job. Same, dude. I like job hop basically every like year or two. Every 2 years roughly is when I job hop. It's just sort of I need something new. I start to go crazy after like a year of doing the same shit. I'm like I'm done with this. I think maybe a job where I have to write all day. Oh, that sounds like hell for me. I don't know, but I couldn't do mundane stuff. I need mental stimulation. I actually don't mind math. I don't mind doing math, like budgets and stuff like that. I don't mind doing. Hurricane. My MacBook still won't turn on, dude. It's like frozen. Let me just force it off. I got a draw for the tech furries I know. They love making space equipment money. They have making space equipment money. Oh, space equipment. Okay, yeah. For whatever reason, every furry works in every furry's like a fucking nuclear physicist, or they work in like tech, or something like that. I don't know why furries are so drawn to like rockets and shit. I feel like, you know, like, my assumption would be, like, if you're a furry, you work at, like, Lockheed Martin. Or whatever. That's a lot better than crippling gambling addiction. That's true, unless you're addicted to watching me. In which case, it's super good for you. For a hard bet, the last 2 semesters of uni, I had around 4 jobs. Bro. How much debt you in, dog? That's crazy. I've never had more than 2 jobs. I'm going to uni, take a wild guess. Well, I'm Canadian, so for me, university would cost like 40 grand total. If you're American, I'm guessing like 100 grand minimum. Dog, I've never even had a job. They ghost the application and emails. It could be your resume, dude. If you're not hearing back. I mean, it depends how much you've applied. The job market's kind of dog shit these days. But, I mean, there's gotta be something out there, you know? I'm lucky I finished my degree with 6K debt. I have, like, no debt. I have a mortgage, so that's not true. I have a mortgage, but I don't have any student loan debts. I paid off my student loans while I was going to school, so I took, like, a year off before going to school and just saved up a shit ton of money, and then just went off of that. And then I worked part-time while I was in school. It sucked, but, you know, it is what it is. Well played, Disturbed. Okay, introduce me. Tory Lanez, huh? I mean, you're not introducing me. I've heard of him before, but I'm not feeling this song. Sorry, DJ. Next song. Having a job actually stinky poo shit bums. This is true. I can vouch for that. Bro, peak advice, show up to construction sites, give them snacks, and then ask if they're hiring. Honestly, dude, if you don't do drugs, you're pretty much guaranteed a job at construction. And if you do drugs, you might still be guaranteed a job in construction, so... Construction workers half the time have a record. Yeah, every idiot I knew growing up is in construction. So, not to say that you can't be smart in construction, but just to say that the bar to entry is pretty low. But it is, like, very laborious. I can't heavy lift currently. I don't think they'd want me. Not to mention, I need a few certifications before doing that. Nah, you don't need any certifications. Not unless you're like a forklift driver or some shit like that. But if you're just like a bricklayer or whatever, just like a grunt, you could totally do that. Restaurant kitchens are always hiring. It's just restaurant kitchens are just a different flavor of construction. I swear to God. Same type of dudes, different environment. Thankfully, I don't do drugs yet. Just kidding. I've got a heavy equipment and mechanic training on site just because pay makes it worth it. There you go. Do you have 10 fingers? Show them. I have here And can you bend them? Once the guy got hired but couldn't bend them, so now I check beforehand. Is this true, Damon? Do you work construction? I've been a groundskeeper for 8 years now in various places and levels. Kill me. You know what you should look into? You should look into becoming a groundskeeper for a church. Okay? I know this sounds crazy, but I have a buddy who did that, and they let him live in, like, the apartment, like, completely rent-free. Like, there's an apartment in the church, so, I mean, you have to live in a church, but... I was a cemetery groundskeeper? Hell yeah, dude. That sounds kind of cool. Okay, dude. I gotta switch brush. This brush ain't it. I'm not saying enough for churches. Well, that's the good news. I don't think you really need to be. I dress up like a ghost every day or like a medieval priest. Okay. Kind of British of you. Our uniform is solid black, long pants, and light blue button-up long sleeve. All I know is that Indeed hates my guts. I don't think I've ever gotten a job from Indeed in my life. I look like a Corpo Grim Reaper. That looks kind of sick. I kind of wish to work these kinds of jobs, but I had to put 10 times the effort to find my current job compared to like 4 years ago. That was wild. So I don't think I'll be changing jobs anytime soon. Sometimes you just kind of get trapped in a certain job that pays really well or has like good benefits or whatever, to where there's just no point in ever leaving. Especially with the way things are now, you know? Working in hospitality after years of desk jobs and games, my back has never felt worse. Yeah, you'll get used to it, hopefully. I start a new job on Thursday. I still gotta tell my current boss I'm leaving. Oh shit. Hopefully you don't like him. Let me make the ribcage smaller here. Where did this French Canadian music come from? I don't think I've ever listened to this in my life. I think it's trying to tell you something. I think so, dude. I do listen to French Canadian shit sometimes, but just never heard this before. I think it's European French. It's definitely not. This is for sure French Canadian. I'd be willing to bet. Patrick Watson. Let's see where they're from. Patrick Watson. Montreal, Canada. There you go. The moment you denied U.S. of A for British Columbia, all your Aerosmith privileges got revoked. I think you can live with that. Is it the new Drake album? I want to be able to speak French so badly. I'm still barely at B2. Why do you want to learn French? Like, is there a goal, or do you just want to speak the language? Like, do you want to work in some sort of, like, French area, or... Both? Okay. Respectable. That's too angled. What kind of work would you like to do with an understanding of French? I would really recommend moving to Canada if you do learn French. Mostly because in Canada, bilingual speakers are like heavily rewarded, like to an insane degree. Like if you speak French and English in Canada, you're basically guaranteed a job, no matter where you work. Like there's very little places that won't hire you. The reason being is because Canada has two official languages, and so it's the law for businesses to be able to serve people in French and English, and so they risk fines if they don't have a French speaker on staff to handle French customers. And the French will sue you. So. So if you're French, or if you speak French in Canada, you have a significant advantage. I've heard that people pay more if you speak French. That's never happened to me, but it wouldn't surprise me, I guess. You're definitely going to be promoted more because you have to like. Um, there's also like the aspect of like being able to supervise French employees and stuff like that. A lot of the times you end up kind of getting like soft capped in terms of promotions if you don't speak French. Like I had a manager, this is at a Subway, but like I had a manager who was going to be promoted to district manager, but because she didn't speak French, they couldn't promote her. They needed a French speaker because they had Quebec offices and. Unfortunately for me, I can only read and write it. The thing is, the standard of French that you need to actually be able to get like a significant advantage isn't that high. Like a lot of people I know that like are in management positions that speak French, they have like heavy English accents, and they just sound like an English person who knows French. Really, like you don't have to be like fluent or native or anything like that. You just have to be able to communicate. That's all. Is it an issue of the Quebecois being bilingual-ish? Actually, Quebec is like weird where they're kind of French first. So if you speak French, or if you speak English in Canada, in Quebec, you're not going to get the same advantages. I don't know. Quebec is a very unique place. But if you live in any of the other major provinces, French is going to carry you so far. Like, if you're a doctor applying to med school or something, you get priority over all other doctors if you speak French, you know? So it's like... And non-Quebec regions, I think only like 17% of the Canadian population speaks French. So it's a massive advantage. Like, massive. I'm planning on even moving to either Canada or France after studying French. Well, the way the immigration process works in Canada is if you speak French, you get like a bonus on your actual application. So you have like your language grade or whatever, your test. They'll give you like an English test. And then any amount you get here, like let's say you get 100% on your English test, which you won't, but like let's say you do. Okay, any amount you do on the French test is just bonus on top of that. So if you do 20%, like let's say you're dog shit at French and you can only get a 20, that's still 20% that gets added to your application. Like it's only bonus points for knowing French on the immigration process in Canada. So we incentivize like French Canadian immigrants. Or French immigrants, I should say. See you later if you're still about. Right, I'm off to stream ski. Have a good one. Peace out, Nancy. Have fun. I don't like how low this eyelash is. Anyways, all that to say, if your goal is Canadian immigration, French is going to help you a lot. I think this visor I'm gonna bring out a little bit more also. It's supposed to be a visor. It doesn't read very much like a visor just because there isn't a strong silhouette on it. Still really don't like the body. I'm gonna have to figure that shit out. Okay, now let's say if there's a visor here. Dude, shut up. This song came out when cat videos were hilarious, guys. Did you know? Snack, why do you know that? He just said it. Did you not hear? Am I schizophrenic? Am I the only one who hears like the Spotify AI thing? I don't like that. Wrong way. No, you're not the only one. I just zone out really bad at times. That's all good, dude. Yeah, that's what he just said like 2 seconds ago. He was like, these next songs came out from a time when cat videos were hilarious. Like, okay, dude. Without the ones I love. Space and time was on my mind. Without the ones I love. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing great. What up, Vopsa? I'm doing great. How you doing? How you doing, Vopsa? Snack, have you slash mods banned anyone recently? Yeah, we've banned a few people. I think I've banned a few people in the last month. Sometimes you just gotta do it, you know? It's just business. It's not personal. No, I'm just kidding. It's totally personal. No. You sound like a mob boss. I feel like you kind of have to have the mentality. If you stream, especially if you have like a moderate like viewership, you probably have to be a little bit assertive with who you regulate and who you don't. You know. Is simp one of them? I'm not gonna go into like, you know, who's banned, who's not banned, what like the reasons and stuff. I try and keep things relatively private if I can. Depends, I suppose, but I guess it depends on how egregious the things that people do are, right? I'm gonna be so real. I'm trying to build the courage to submit for an art critique because I saw you do those, but I'm nervous as hell. Just do it. Just drop it in there. I'll be nice. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. You'll gain some value out of it. I promise. I just don't like the. She's got kind of like a weird like troll bot. Want me to submit one to make yours look presentable? No. Only submit real critiques. I don't wanna clutter the critique channel with meme posts. I do appreciate the effort, Damon. Let me know when it's in there, by the way. I feel my soul dying for a little bit every time I'm being critiqued, but it is indeed very helpful. You guys feel that bad about critiques, huh? I never realized. For me, it's like I've done them so much. Like when I worked in the studio, I got a bazillion different critiques from my supervisors. And then when I went to art school, I got a bazillion different critiques. Some of them were just like, you know, better. Some of them were worse. Generally speaking, the studios... Whoops. I hit a button. The studio critiques are incredible. The academic critiques in school are okay. So I try and emulate like the good supervisors I've had in studio, because those are sort of like the best critiques I've gotten. Are full pieces okay to post as well? Yeah, totally, dude. What I would say is, you know, if you have relevant, like, references that you used, put that in there. It just helps me out. But otherwise, also try and limit it to one drawing, like one critique, I mean. Some people post like 10 drawings and they're like, can you give me feedback? It's like, bro, I'm not going through 10 drawings. Like, that's crazy. I may submit my first crit request tomorrow before I start laying down paints. Oh no, I got some bad news. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I was gonna let you guys know a little bit later on. But yeah, I'm not streaming tomorrow. The next stream's gonna be on Friday, unfortunately. I've just got something I gotta take care of tomorrow. I'm not gonna have time to stream. Sorry. I think with traditional art critiques, it's tough though, because it's like there's only so much you can actually change, right? Like once the paint's dried, if I tell you to go back and undo this and tweak this and move this and rework that or whatever, it's like really difficult to actually apply that stuff. I find it hard to balance giving feedback on traditional art, because I always have to sort of walk this line of like what's realistic for them to actually apply versus what's high value for them to actually like learn, right? And a lot of the time you want to target like the most high value stuff. Like it's usually like faces, anatomy, stuff like that, the foundational stuff, but I really fucking hate this drawing, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, same. Especially when I was in art class, but I like to think of it as like it helps to take good constructive criticism well, especially as someone who sometimes takes things too personal, even when it's not. It should never be personal, you know? Your art should never be personal. And I know that sounds dumb to say, but it's more like it's not your art shouldn't be personal, it's more you shouldn't take it personally. Now, unsolicited critiques are a completely different story, right? If somebody comes out of nowhere and you're not posting in the critiques channel, you're just sharing your art, and somebody's like, you should fix this, 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 and this, and this, it's like, alright, bro, shut up. No one cares. I didn't ask you, you know? But if you're intentionally looking for feedback, then yeah, it's a different story. Pencil can be erased? Okay, if it's pencil, then yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm gonna request that line art before ink. Oh, you know what I could say right now, Crip? That'll help you out probably with traditional art? If you hold up your art to a mirror, it acts the same way as flipping your canvas does digitally. And so if you want to check your forms and stuff like that with a fresh eye, go to your bathroom or wherever you have a mirror and hold up your drawing to the mirror, and because the mirror inverses the image, you're gonna see it flipped. And you're gonna immediately notice a bunch of mistakes that you've just sort of gotten used to throughout the drawing process. So that's a good little thing that I would say to do if you want to self-critique. Guys, he likes my sketch. Your sketch? Just by the by, I'm probably gonna wrap up stream at the 4.5 hour mark. So if you guys have feedback you want in or critiques or whatever, now's the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. So, God, this is just not working. Constructive criticism is always very, very, very helpful, and I often ask people for feedback, but it's just the reality of how much I still need to improve hitting me, and it makes me feel frustrated a bit. Yeah, same, dude. Same. Been lurking all morning while I do stuff. About to leave to go to a concert in LA. Should I play a song? If you'd like. If you would like, Dizzy. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for the rest of the stream. Here's my work, just based on the thumbnail I'm looking at. It looks pretty freaking nice, not gonna lie. Let me take a little look. I posted it, 07. Hey, great colors. Alright, let me pull this up here. I'm not the greatest renderer in the world, so I'm gonna focus more on like things you can fix anatomically or stylistically. I think it looks really nice though, generally speaking. Your nipple's kind of in a weird spot. That's one thing I'll point out. Is it? Feels a little weird. Trying to see if there's anything that sticks out. So we've got our references here. I'm not going to pull the references up. I'm just going to kind of look at them. I like that you're doing thumbnails. This is fantastic stuff. I need to save it as a JPEG for the sake of posting here. I included my main important refs and thumbnail sketches used just in case those were needed as well. I'm not going to use them, but I might look at them to see how you change things a little bit. I feel like there's some stuff missing on this guy. Here, let me pull this up. I'm gonna put it somewhere. Let's put it like here, maybe. It feels like he doesn't really have any lats. And this guy's stacked, like muscular as shit, you know? So I feel like he would have some lats showing. Like the tricep feels like it's really, really flush to the body. I'm trying to think. If I'm standing straight, do my triceps flush to my body? They do kind of on my lats, but they're not like tucked into my pecs like that. So that sticks out as a little odd to me. Let's draw his ribcage. New layer. He's pretty front on. He's got a little contrapposto in the shoulders. Head tilt. Oop, yeah, that's a good point. I was trying to push myself with the chest anatomy. So, one thing to note with pecs and nipples in particular is nipples sort of shoot at it like a weird like angle. So if you've got your pec muscle inserts on your humerus bone. So if you've got your Well, it partly inserts on the humerus and then on the collarbone as well. So if you've got your humerus bone here, let's say, your pec's kind of going to do this thing, which you have right here. So it's going to do something like this. It's going to wrap over the rib cage. And it's going to come up and about midway on the collarbone here. So if this is your collarbone, this is your pec major, by the way. And then your pec minor, I think, attaches... I want to say it goes to the scapula. I'm not really sure. I'm going to have to double check that. Collarbone is going to go to the Chromian. I think with this level of muscularity, I would give him a little bit more trap up at the top here. Like, really subtle. You see how, like, there's a little subtle change here. The deltoid, I think I would bring out as well. And I would insert it a little bit lower. Your bicep is fine. Then we've got an elevation. I would elevate the shoulder. I'm trying to think. If I have, let me see if I can grab something here. I'm trying to find something that's like sword shaped that I can sort of. I've got a broomstick in the other room. I'm just gonna see what my shoulder does naturally when I elevate it like that. You know what? I don't even need the broomstick. I can just do it. I feel like when I bring my elbow, you've got it sort of on an angle, so I guess it's kind of neutral. I would say it. Sorry, I'm acting out the pose right now. If I sound like weirdly ADHD, just feeling out the pose. Wano. I feel like the sword fits weirdly on the shoulder here. It like goes behind him, but I feel like it would cross over top of him, you know? And I think if you had the sword go on an angle, maybe a little bit more like this. The angle's probably fine. I feel like elevating the sword, though, is going to help sort of draw the vision into the face a little bit more. Because right now, whenever there's a concept in art related to contrast, where if you have contrasting forms, like let's say a face, and then you have like a line going through it, it draws attention to whatever that line is intersecting. And right now you have it intersecting sort of the neck area, but I think if you had it a little bit more on the shoulder, and you just brought it up a bit, I feel like it would cross the face a little bit cleaner. Damon, did you request this shit? Oh no, this is a fucking Dizzy song request. I'm just trying to think, like, how I could subtly draw a bit more attention to the face. Because the white line is a good contrast to the darker, like, tones and values that you have. It's well thought out. And I would have the shoulder sort of be behind here a little bit. Like it's really sort of resting on the shoulder. Maybe. Maybe not, actually. Maybe you have it in the right spot. It's just, there's something really weird going on in the shoulder area. And it's because the thing is behind the shoulder. If you, like, I don't know if you have a baseball bat, Bopsy, or some sort of broomstick or stick or whatever. If you have, like, a cane, throw it on your shoulder and see how it rests like that. If you're throwing it behind your shoulder, there's nothing for it to, like, support the weight. And so it would just kind of fall down. It's just a really inorganic way to have your sword rest on your body. I would put it, like, on the shoulder somehow. I feel like he's also kind of got chicken legs a little bit. Like, he's turbo jacked. Okay, we've got, like, he's looking jacked as hell on this arm, and then this arm feels very small relative to that one. I'm just drawing through here. Obviously, I'm not telling you to draw the peck or whatever. I'm just sort of drawing through to help me visualize the insertions and... You roasting? Kind of. We're going over some stuff. I'm just saying there's, also, how you doing, Steve? I'm saying there's some anatomy inconsistencies. Like, this arm is super jacked. This arm is a little bit more cylindrical, and there's not as much indication of anatomy, and so I would just sort of bring this up, and like I said, also have the sword go over top of the shoulder rather than behind. I mean, you could, I guess, argue that it's stacked on the wing here, like to counteract the weight of the sword. That's a big sword, and if it's not sitting on like the actual shoulder here, it's just kind of unnatural to have it. I don't know. It's just an unnatural thing. I would fix that. Not exactly sure how, but. Speaking of anatomy and consistency, did you always have fat mommy milkers? Always, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. They've always been here. Nah, it's a redeem. So whenever people redeem it, that's when they come into play. I would also say, because the shoulder's coming back, part of me wonders if you should add some rotation. I know he's a very like holy, religious sort of figure. He looks like almost like angelic. And so doing more front on, this is the one exception that I would say that doing more front on posing is totally appropriate. The question is, can we make it have a subtle rotation to add a little bit more visual interest, or can we execute on the very like front on thing? That's sort of what I'm thinking right now. Vlad is back. Oh, sweet release, dude. I can breathe once again. You're doing wonders for my physio. I think also, if you look at him, his lower extremities, like his arm and stuff, they're very, very like skinny relative to. I also think his arm's a little long here. His lower legs. He's got like chicken legs, you know? He's got sort of, like he looks like he doesn't train at all. And I know he flies, so maybe he doesn't actually train legs, because he just flies everywhere. But I think if we're doing like some sort of angel guy, this guy doesn't even need to work out. He's divine, bro. This guy probably just is jacked, like holistically. That would be my assumption. Now, if you wanna, for lore purposes, keep him a little twinky in the legs, be my guest. But I think if you wanted to sort of line up, like, if you want to keep the same sort of shape language throughout the character, making him a little bit more muscular in the legs could help. You can make the calves really, like, thin or whatever. This is bone, but I'm trying to think. Which calf is lower? Outside calf is lower. Okay. I don't know. I would just sort of tweak that a little bit. Just to have... It's the same thing that I said with the arm here. Just a little bit more shape language consistency. If you're going jacked on the character, go commit. You know what I mean? Don't have some areas that are a little lacking, and then others that are a little bit more jacked or whatever. Now I'm gonna look at the face real quick. I'm just thinking. Something feels a little bland. It could be the neutral expression, maybe. I'll send, by the way, I'll send you this sort of draw over afterwards. But I just sort of want to narrow in on the face here. What's the emotion here? Like, what are you going for? Like, is he supposed to be menacing? Is he supposed to be divine, beautiful? Like, what are the emotions you're trying to convey with this character? Oops. Glad's rating me with a party of 26. I'm gonna wrap up soon, a stream soon. Thank you for the raid, Glad. How's it going? Vopsy, let me know what you think. I think if it's intimidation, because he's got sort of like the furrowed brow, which indicates to me that he's trying to be menacing a little bit. We could probably push that, if that's the goal, and go a little bit more like Kubrick starey, where the eyes are almost more flush, with the brows. It really depends. I knew and didn't care. You knew I was wrapping up soon. Well, thank you for the raid, dude. Do you want to share anything from today's stream? I know you've been on that painting tip lately, Glad. Your little Pokemon series is kind of dope. Not gonna lie. I was going for a stoic sort of look. Very untouchable, I guess. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I just feel like this plane is maybe a little too shaded. I don't know, though. It's a very strong plane here. Like, my guess is this region here would sort of be blended out and a little softer. I'm gonna try and paint it out. I don't want to, like, flatten it, though. Like I said, I'm not the greatest renderer in the world, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but... I was drawing your most hated subject today. I don't have a most hated subject. Unless you're talking about animals, in which case... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of drawing animals, but that's just because I'm bad at it. Something cute! Oh yeah, that's definitely out of my domain, too. You know what I could say? The eyes probably, I feel like they would have a little bit more roundness. Because the whole piece feels like almost Renaissance-esque. With very realistic, like, anatomy. And then I feel like the eyes sort of have, like, the like, anime proportions and stuff. Like, with the sort of, you know... It doesn't feel very in the skull. I'll see if I can tweet that. Well, Glad, you know the deal. If you want to share anything, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to give you a little shout-out. How rude of me as a host to not shout you out. Shout-out, Glad, underscore... Oh, no underscore. I should know this. Sask. Last category, art. This is... I'm drawing, like, on pixels right now. It's so small. Well, I'm looking at the camera. Too lazy? Yeah. Okay. Suit yourself. Do you want to share any links where people can follow you? I also just added a little bit more shape variety to the brows. They feel very even. If I'm looking at your brows here, they're all kind of just like... It's just like a block, you know? So I just added a little thick and thin. You know? I just feel like it adds a bit more visual interest. Don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like surrender. One tells you that forever feels like home. All alone inside your head. Check through the glass. It feels like forever. No one ever tells you that. One thing to note, when I'm doing my eyes, I typically don't connect the bottom part of the eye. I leave it really light. I find when you outline it, you can outline it and it can work. But in my opinion, the way I draw stylistically, it always sort of flattens the eye out for me. So I'll usually just, like, not really connect the bottom of the eye. The nose is fine too. I think the bridge would actually narrow as it comes up though, rather than broaden. I mean, there are tons of different nose shapes, okay? So I'm generalizing here, just full disclosure. But I think, you know... Is the nose kind of long? The nose is kind of big, I think. Sitting alone inside your head. Ew, it's been this long? Sid, don't seem so disappointed. Thank you for the 8 months, Sid. Appreciate you, big dog. What an HDMZ. Size kind of high now. Listen to the noises, no more voices. We're gonna lower this. this. At you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Does he have ears? I'm just noticing now. I know he has hair here, but his hair's also kind of flowing back. I see an indication of an ear here. It feels a little high. Like, if you're thinking of the plane, I think the ear would exist probably a little bit lower here on an elevated head, because it feels like his head is... Huh. His head feels tilted down. Oh, maybe it is in the right spot. Who made this? Wow, so good. This is done by Vopsy. By the way, you don't have to, like, copy the eyes or anything. I'm just giving you some ideas here, that's all. You have a very wide chin, that's good. I'm just pushing this curve here on this, I don't know what the name of that bone is, but the jawbone. The mandibular bone, or whatever the fuck. I'm gonna draw his ear. Feel free to ignore it. I just kind of want to vibe out where it would be. It actually feels a little too 3/4 on that ear. People, I gotta go. It was a pretty nice stream. I wish I stayed till the end, but still, thanks for the stream. Have a nice day, night, or evening. Alrighty. Go do your thing, Shireen. Thank you for popping in. Glad I'm gonna eat some pizza now. Don't get too snacky. I won't. I feel like having a little bit of like a baby hair thing going on here, just like crossing the face, might be a little bit more relaxed feeling, you know? The neck, I think, is a little too thin on this side for somebody so jacked. I think typically if you want to go for that really masculine jack look, having a thick neck is the best way to sell that. Where's his sternum? Down here? Whoa, his sternum is really low on my drawing. Let me bring that up a little bit. Or sternum, clavicle. I think I'm gonna bring the traps up a little bit. See how that feels. Just think he needs more neck on the other side. Very necky, actually. I'm gonna widen the chin a little bit, or the jaw. In my hands again. In my hands, I'm leaning. I generally don't really like the look of thick necks, but I see what you mean. Well, the thing is like, it just kind of goes back to what I was saying with the arms. If you do like really hardcore muscularity everywhere, it's gonna be really hard to have massive lats, massive deltoids, massive biceps, like forearms, all that shit, and a scrawny neck. I mean, you could do it. You know, if you only do like isolation training or whatever, you could totally do it. But it looks weird. It looks unnatural, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Now, you don't have to give him, like, this monster neck, but... I think also his head might be small. Clavicular has a picture of himself taped to his mirror for that whole manifesting it mindset. Mouse PNG tuber, that is. Yeah, that's right. I keep a picture of Snack taped to my mirror. I also think, like, you've got sort of the mid part, which is totally fine, but it comes off very symmetrical. I'm wondering if there's a way you could tweak that to be a little bit more varied. Now, this is sort of, we're getting into, like, optional territory, but just something to keep in mind. The forehead is also kind of low, I think. Maybe. I'm just gonna draw his head, because he's tilting his head down. His ear's very small. Anyways, I'm not gonna draw all the hair or whatever, but I'm just wondering if he's missing volume up here, where the hair would sit. You know what I mean? Like, if you've got a head rotation down, like if your head's neutral, you're gonna have your forehead here, let's say, your eyes, whatever. But then if you tilt your head down, this depth gets larger. So if you tilt your head, even if it's like subtle, this is gonna round a little bit more, depending on the shape of the hairline. And you're gonna get a little bit more volume up at the top here. Just a like subtle difference. I know I made his eyes super wide there, but I'm fangirling. Full pieces are so cool. Anyways, I think I've given you quite a bit to go over here. I'm not gonna overwhelm you with like more shit. I think this is a good starting point. I would look for those areas and see how you could put them a little bit more, keep them a little bit more consistent. Also, look into this region here on the trap and neck. So the sternocleidomastoid comes down here. There are like other muscles in here, like the scalene muscles and stuff. They're not super duper noticeable unless you're really hyperextending your neck forward. So from like a superficial perspective, you're not gonna get much. But this area here is gonna be really dark, and it's gonna be sort of in this area. There's just like a dead zone of shadow in this sort of region between the traps and the sternocleidomastoid. So I'm wondering if your shading is a little too dark across the whole trap here. Like this, I feel like you're not separating out the traps and the SCM muscle, the sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is the neck muscle here, right? And so having that separation is gonna help. Like right now, it just kind of all feels like one piece, just because of the way it's rendered. You know what I mean? Like you've got a little bit more value in here, but it's just not pushed enough where there's a separation of these muscles. So I think if you change that, you know, darken some regions here to show sort of the belly of the pec or whatever, that could help too. Anyways, that's where I'll leave it. Oopsies. I'll send you this. And, you know, I think we're going to call it a day there on the stream. One piece. I don't really change much to the legs. I guess I can capture the legs too. For sure, absolutely. Thanks so much for the critique. It was insanely helpful. Hey, no worries, dude. Thank you. Thank you for submitting your stuff. It's really nice. It's really nice. I think you're very skilled. I think there's just some anatomical stuff there. That's all. I'm gonna clear this shit out. Where's my girl at? I didn't delete her, did I? I did not. I fucking hate this drawing so much. Ugh. Let's look for somebody to raid out to. Raid out to. We're gonna raid out to Paul Animator. Paul Animator is a very, very, very small channel here on Twitch, but he's like a really fucking good animator, dude. Like he is goated. So let's go raid out to Paul Animator, and then whenever you get in there, just ask him to see what he's working on. I swear to God, guys, he's fucking cracked. Anyways, all that to say, if you want live notifications, if you want to know when I go live next, my next stream is gonna be, actually, I think it's gonna be Friday. I might have something on Friday though. We'll see. Anyways, if you want live notifications, join the Discord. If you want critiques, make sure you post in the critiques channel. If I'm live and you're in chat, I'll give you feedback on your work. And yeah, that's it, guys. Let's set up the raid into Paul Animator. Raid. Paul. How do I spell his name? _animator. Very simple name. Simple man. And I'll thank you all for coming out. I will catch you guys in the next one. And yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.